Hello, I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Carson City Consolidated Municipal Planning Commission for Wednesday, October 30th at 2024, beginning at 5 p.m. And first of all, I'd like to ask the clerk to do a roll call.
Chair Preston,
Here.
Commissioner Borders,
Here.
Commissioner Brooks,
Here.
Commissioner DeChristopher, Commissioner Kilgore, Commissioner Pizel,
Here.
Commissioner Cron.
Here.
A quorum is present.
Thank you. And I'd like to ask Commissioner Borders to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ladies and gentlemen, join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. All right, I am going to open this up for public comment. And how public comment works is that we have an agenda, and you can speak on any item on that agenda that you'd like to. That's no problem, or you can wait for the time that agenda item comes up. You have 3 minutes to speak. The clock will be right up here. What we ask is that everybody's respectful to each other in the room. We don't clap, we don't cheer. What we do too is respectful to the staff and to the commissioners, because we value every one of your opinions. When you come up to the table, we're going to ask you to sign in on the new sign-in sheet. When you do that, I ask that you push the green button, state your name clearly, and if you have a difficult kind of a last name, if you could spell it for the clerk, that would be great. And I'm opening it up for public comment. Would someone like to come forward? Denny? Or Denny, you want to show them how it's done? Mm-hmm. Yes, there are 2 seats. So what you can do is, if someone's speaking, can you please get me the new sign-in sheets? Are they already up there? They look like they've already been signed in. Yeah, ignore that one. If you put that one on the bottom, I'd really appreciate it.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
you might remind everybody that if they're here to speak on an item, they should reserve their time for that item, not at this general area.
Yeah,
Wait. till-
you can wait to
either-
the item.
There's a time at the item where you can make a comment about that particular item. This is for things that typically are not on the agenda.
Okay, all right. Denny, did you want to come forward? Okay. Thank you. And for any of those that are standing, there are chairs that are available in the lobby, and there's an additional monitor out there. And you can come in, when you'd like to go ahead and do your public comment. There's no problem with that. But that way it'd be a little bit more comfortable. Okay. Good morning. Yes.
Hello, my name is Abby Gardner.
Hi. Abby.
Nice to see you guys today. I'm speaking on something on the agenda, but it's only because my time is limited. I have to leave at a certain time, so I wanted a chance to speak before I had to go. And I appreciate your time listening to me. I'm speaking on item 6D. So I was born and raised in Carson City. I am in recovery myself. Recovery is like the center of my life now, and being in recovery has made my life better than it was for a long time, and I work very hard to stay in recovery. I am a CADCI and a CPCI, which is a certified alcohol and drug counselor intern, and a clinical professional counselor intern at Vitality Residential Treatment on 900 Long Street. Okay, so my experience with my clients is it's to be helpful. I go in every day. I have a really big passion for what I do, for helping others. I've always liked helping others, but in my own battles with addiction, it kind of led me into the field I'm in now. And I truly give 200% every day I go in. I try to help everyone I work with to the best of my ability. So I did read some of the the articles concerning this topic. And I do want to say, I read something by John E. Ford. I want to say I appreciate Mr. Ford's comments. Yet when he says addicts don't need a cushionish environment, they need to be in a place where they can focus solely on working through their addiction. They need to be contributing to society and not causing trouble. They need to be away from distractions. Thank you, John E. Ford. I do need to share with him that that is exactly what we do in residential treatment at Vitality. It is an intensive environment. It's not a cushy one. I take great pride in knowing that through my work, I enable people to contribute to society and to their families, to their employers, and not cause trouble. Thank you.
Thank you. And I did want to say one other thing is during public comment, if you have any questions, we can't answer those questions. What we do is we wait till the end of the public comment, and if anybody has any questions, they're answered after all of the public comments. So please be aware. So if you're asking us questions, we're precluded from answering them. Okay, Mr. French.
Hi, Denny French, Carson City, Nevada. I wanted to say, and I know it's on the agenda, but I had to ask Heather if the word commence meant that you were going to continue. On 6E, it means that you all and all your work will continue until you feel that you're satisfied of the conclusion, and then you present your positions related to such to the supervisors. And I just want to say, I've been to many of those meetings and several of the workshops, and I just appreciate you all so much. And Hope Sullivan and her staff, and even today, just being able to ask Heather, what do you mean by the word commence? Because there are words that I don't, like vacant lot to me isn't what it is to others. And to enhance doesn't mean what it means to some to me. So making sure I'm got the translation right from Denny to your language and back. Thank you very much, though. I just wanted to start by that. And I also want to say thank you all for coming out. I don't know what you're here for or for or against, but that you're here. So many times I sit alone in here going, but I did get a chance to read some of the comments, and so I know a little more of the background of some of your feelings, but I'm saying a lot more came out since, so I'm here to learn. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment? Seeing none, I'd like to go for possible action, approval of the minutes of September 25th, 2024. Oh, before I do that, I'd like to, first of all, I'd like to introduce our new commissioner. I'd like to introduce Sina Lloyd had to move. She moved to the East Coast, and so we have a new commissioner this evening. His name is Robert Pizell, and he has been very helpful as far as in the listening tour on the master plan and also as far as Title 18. So I'd like to say hello, and if you could tell us a little bit about yourself before we get into the regular business.
Yes, for the record, Rob Pizell. I am a recent retiree as of October 2022, but have managed to keep my hand in things through providing comments through to Campo, as well as you noted, commenting on the master plan update. I am a Capricorn, and I like long walks on beaches. My background is was studying geology and working as a field geologist or a field tech for a mining company in the early 80s when gold bottomed out, and I looked around and thought a better, more sustainable and even way of life would be better after looking at PhDs applying for field tech jobs. So went back up to UNR and became involved with Chris Exline first starting up the planning degree under the geography department at UNR. Worked for a while with the city of Reno as an unpaid and then paid intern, and then basically worked around the state. So started out in Reno, worked with the city of Las Vegas, worked down in Douglas County, City of Sparks, took a 7-year break in Colorado to go to Colorado and worked for Summit County. Basically, surrounded by 5 ski resorts, which was awful. Met my now wife while I was living there, but she informed me she refused to take the Colorado bar exam, and I'd better get my backside back to Nevada. Came back, worked for a short time for a private sector planning company doing contract work trying to develop contract work for local jurisdictions. After the pandemic, when staffs were slashed, at that point met Hope and Heather doing contract planning for Douglas County while they were there. Had the community development director in Lyon County reach out. So worked there as a senior planner for 7 years. And that's pretty much my background.
Well, welcome.
Thank you.
Now I'd like to go ahead and go over to the approval of the minutes of September 25th, 2024.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion.
Okay, and may I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? All approved?
I will abstain
Oh, abstain.
since I wasn't attending.
Okay,
at that meeting.
one abstention. Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, and meetings items. Excuse me. Meeting item number 6A, LU 2021-0303 for possible action, discussion, and possible action regarding a request for an extension of the expiration date of SUP 16090, a special use permit, SUP, to allow for the operation of an unlimited gaming casino bar and additional signage on properties zoned retail commercial, planned unit development, RCP, located at 3246 North Carson Street, Assessor's Parcel Number APN 007-462-06. Heather.
Good evening, Heather Manzo for the record. So the property, as you had described, is on the west side of North Carson Street and to the south of West College Parkway. More specifically, within this parcel, I did highlight the tenant space that was approved with the original entitlement. So as many of the commission know, this project has been approved for quite some time and has had a series of time extensions that really aren't related to a lack of desire. Each of the time extensions have been related to ongoing litigation, either with the specific use approved or with the general overall property and some issues amongst the property owners there. So with that, the applicant did provide an update to his previous request, noting what's happened since then. It has made it to the next step in the litigation process, but it's not over yet. And so the applicant had requested kind of an open-ended 3-year time extension from the end of litigation. Staff isn't comfortable with an open-ended approval. And so what we're recommending with this request tonight is a 3-year extension from the expiration date. So that's what's included in your motion. Staff is recommending the Planning Commission approve the extension. The applicant is here to answer any questions at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chair Preston. One thing, we did receive some late material today for this item. There were a couple of emails noting opposition to the request, noting they didn't think it worked well within the neighborhood.
Thank you. Okay.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission. My name is Sev Carlson. I'm a partner with Kempfer Kroll, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Silver Bullet of Nevada, LLC. I presume the mic is on.
Yeah.
Just bring it closer.
So I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Silver Bullet of Nevada, LLC. We came both to the Planning Commission and to the Board of Supervisors in 2016 for an original entitlement for the SUP to allow for non-restricted gaming. This is tied to the old Horseshoe license that's grandfathered. It's being maintained under state law. Since that time, the number of owners, and we're not an owner of any of the property in Northtown. There are 4 other owners of the property in Northtown, have been litigating essentially the CCNRs for a number of different reasons and what are allowed uses or disallowed uses based on their interpretation. That litigation has been going on for a number of years, and we're monitoring that, and it's in its 4th appeal to the Nevada Supreme Court. Briefing on that 4th appeal concluded in July. If I could tell you when the Supreme Court is going to render a decision on that appeal, I wouldn't need to be here tonight because I would place bets on predicting on when the Supreme Court makes a decision. So since that is out of our control, and Silver Bullet still has an interest in developing this property for a non-restricted casino, we're asking for that extension of time. We did ask for an open extension, and the reason we did is, as a lawyer, again, I can't predict when that appeal will be concluded. If you grant another 3-year extension and the litigation isn't concluded, we're happy to come through this process again and to update you. But in terms of the underlying zoning, this use is allowed with a special use permit. There haven't been any changes to the code relative to this use at this site. And the proposal is for a 16,000, 17,000 square foot casino, 24-hour operations. It would have bars and restaurants as well as the gaming floor.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions? Commissioner Borders?
I have one for Heather first. Heather, on condition number 4, the way I read that, it's a grandfathered. I mean, it's a sunset condition. That we're not gonna hear this again. They're either gonna build it or they're gonna start over again. Is that a correct statement? Because that's what I would like to see.
Well, I think any condition can be requested for amendment before the Planning Commission. So as it's stated, yes, it would terminate on November 17th, 2027. However, the applicant always has the ability to request a modification to condition to make a change to it.
Okay. Well, since I figured out just tonight, I'm the only commissioner on the board that's been through this whole process. It's almost enough is enough. If we can't get it done by 2027, I think we start over. And I think the way I read that, that's the way that's written, but I'm not 100% sure, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, we took out the extension language because the language in code speaks to the specific extensions. So in this case, that's what we're recommending is the 3-year extension. But like I said, if an applicant chooses to come in to make a request to change that date, it would go back through the process again, as it is before you this evening.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
since Commissioner Borders pointed out condition 4, I'm noticing that it refers to commencement of use as obtaining a building permit. Commencement of use should be they've executed on their building permit, not just that they've obtained it. So you can even just take away those parentheses, because it's a mischaracterization of the commencement.
Thank you.
Thanks. And in terms, I think Commissioner Borders, you're suggesting that this cannot be renewed. Is that what
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
hearing? Okay, I don't think you can do that because you're basically making a commitment for a future commission. It's up to a future commission to make that decision. And
Okay.
I was here with you at the beginning.
Yeah, I know, you.
I know, we were all here. Seb was here, yeah. But I understand it's been a long time, and that's why I think Heather is recommending a shorter time period than I suspect the applicant requested. I think the applicant was here a couple years ago saying, can we just extend it until the litigation's over? And we said no, because we need to always revisit this to see if conditions have changed. And so I think a 2-year window makes sense. If conditions have changed, it would be appropriate for this commission to rethink whether an extension was appropriate.
Thank you. Commissioner Borders? I'm sorry, Commissioner Brooks.
My question was about binding a future commission. It's been answered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none,
Madam Chair, just real quick. So what now should number 4 say, based on some of the thoughts that we've, Hope Sullivan has shared with us?
So Hope had recommended just deleting the things that were in parentheses. So instead of obtaining a building permit, that would be removed
Okay,
and the rest would stand.
the rest would stand. Thank you.
any further questions or clarifications? Seeing none, okay. I'd like to go ahead and call for
Do you accept the conditions?
do you accept the conditions? I'm sorry.
Sev Carlson for the record, yes, we'll accept the conditions with the amendment.
Okay. All right, and then I'm going to ask you to step aside and we'll open this up for public comment.
Hi, Denny French. Thank you, Chair. I read through the material, the gaming consent, and it says that they have done this over and over again, and they are in litigation with the Supreme Court, and I've got that all here. One of the things that wasn't addressed that was brought up in the terms of action, or anyhow, what they have to follow. For number 4, as was brought up, there was a statement contained in this material that I read that they exceeded at the time of their first request the amount of sewage that they would be producing and the in-link to the main off of 50. And so I don't know that that's been resolved, and I don't want it to go further if they're going to clog things up. I already have troubles at my own house. The main thing is that the city will be drawn into the overrun of that, and I don't think it's right. And I also don't think it's right that after so many people have come forward, and I've watched it, they've been held to very tight considerations about what they clear when they start to build and the things that they do to make sure that they're not taking too much of the services that are available already in town. And I don't feel that they've made a real check of that more recently and said that, oh, we covered this by this, and we looked at this, and that the city's really informing me that they've covered all of those needs. And even in the statement that was made by the staff in the earlier part, it just doesn't sound like a good deal. I'd rather they have to start like a lot of people did after they've asked for several reviews and several extensions to say, fine, it's a great idea. Come back to us when you're ready and put in a new deal. So I'm sorry that they have the lenience of this, not because I'm mad at them or that I think it's an inappropriate use of the space, but I do feel that the thing has to be even. And I have to say that people have come before you with requests for extensions, and you've had to say no for certain reasons. And I think since we're still working our master plan, that we should say enough is enough. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? I have one. I have one for you, Stephen, because I've been on this commission for a long time, but I have not really heard this from the beginning. And one of the questions there's 2 questions, is the sewer lateral that we've already talked to about College Parkway. And the second one is that where this is located is over in an area that we've had some traffic issues as far as pedestrian crossings and so forth. Has that been looked at?
Stephen Poteo, Development Engineering for the record. So yes, to your question, the sewer main in question is down on College Parkway. So the background is when this special use permit was originally approved, that main was considered below the maximum capacity. After that point, there was a code change that changed how full the sewer main was allowed to be. There is a safety factor there. So we are physically able to accommodate more flow into that main. And the commission has seen several projects come through where we have required pro rata shares to pay, which is a condition that was put on this project the last time it was renewed, I believe. And then on the traffic, our transportation division did look at this. They are continually looking at areas around town, including this area. But again, there hasn't been a significant change in background conditions since this project was originally approved to require new mitigations of this project.
And then the other question I have is, because we're dealing with signage, right now we have the new signage that's on the corner of College Parkway. We have the monument sign that is right here, kind of at the entrance where the old McDonald's was. And then I don't recall if there's one at the end. Which is this electric message board sign? Where is that going to be located? Seth, do you have the answer on that one?
It's where the sign is now, where the Starbucks is at the bottom of it. It would.
So this would be
The sign
incorporated in
design,
that
if I
monument sign?
remember, it had the top portion of that same sign. The sign wasn't going to be raised any, but they were going to take the top portion and put a message sign in there.
Sev Carlson, for the record, Commissioner Borders is correct on that existing signage. That would be on the, I'll say the south end of the center, if you're thinking about where the College Parkway signage is, closest to the Starbucks. And it would be the, I'll say the top third of the sign.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay. Any further questions from the, or comments from the public? Okay.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes, of course, Commissioner Borders.
And
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner.
go ahead.
Okay, Commissioner,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
okay, how my numbers are all mixed up here.
One of the thoughts I had, I appreciated the fact that the city's first reaction was, no, this will not be open-ended. I was not with the commission. I am not a historian of this, as Commissioner Borders and Hope Sullivan are. But the first thing that comes to mind for me is, what will we potentially miss that is also an appropriate use for that area while we wait? And we don't even know if after this time period goes, if it's still a go. So will we have missed opportunities that would have been just as suitable, or perhaps even more suitable in the eyes of the community? So it makes me lean towards saying no, because it doesn't prevent Silver Bullet from coming back when the litigation has been completed, and if it's favorable, to then request an SUP.
Sev Carlson, for the record, the only response I can offer is Silver Bullet is not a party to the litigation. So we don't have an ability to have a dog in the fight in that litigation. It's amongst the 4 property owners that control and are subject to the REA over Northtown. Silver Bullet would be a tenant of one of those 4 parties. So we weren't named in the litigation, and we're simply trying to preserve the entitlement in light of the fact that, at least at this point in time, zoning and the code have not changed that would create a distinguishing factor for locating this use at this location.
So you perceive it more of a hostage situation, that until that is remedied, you as the tenant.
Correct, and I know it was a few months ago. There's a new owner of the old Kmart parcel. They received an entitlement. That new owner is not a party to that litigation, but its predecessor is a party to that litigation, and how the litigation will ultimately impact the Kmart parcel owner, I don't know. Another parcel owner who has the McDonald's parcel, he came and testified before this body and indicated he wasn't sure what he was going to do with his parcel until the litigation was ended. And I would submit he's in a better position to control that litigation and potentially settling that litigation, whereas my client doesn't have the ability to offer settlement in a litigation in which it's not a party.
Thank you for the explanation.
Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. More of a question and discussion point for my fellow commissioners. To Commissioner DeChristopher's point about, the opportunity cost of allowing this extension to go on with an uncertain future. Do I have it right that this larger parcel that this project is part of, and that corridor in general, are areas where we as a body have been saying we need to focus on getting commercial up there? Is there, and again, I'm missing details here, and I apologize that, but has there been a significant amount of interest in parcels in that area?
Okay. I think that would actually be up to the landowner to make that determination, but you've got multiple private owners on a large piece of property.
Right.
And so we have none of the property owners at the table today.
Correct.
We have a potential tenant that has been going forward through litigation, but is not a party to the land. So the question would be, is if we'd elect to go ahead and put out, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, Todd, is if we elect to go forward with this, this does not preclude any agreement that Silver Bullet has with the individual landowner in the event that they had a better opportunity. Is that correct? So we really have nothing to say on any of it, except for who's in front of us today.
If I'm understanding your question correctly, I believe you're correct. But your second statement is also correct. All you can act on is what's before you today. Anything in the future is speculative.
Thank you. Okay.
Chair, if I may, in response to, I want to call you Greg Brooks, Commissioner Brooks' comment. And a little bit in response to Commissioner DeChristopher, and I apologize I didn't hear Heather Manzo's presentation to you. But background, you asked about North Carson Street. I remember when this first came in 2016, because at the exact same meeting was the go-karts across the street by Ben's Liquors. And I remember I wrote the go-kart report first. And for the master plan, there's a master plan policy that says that we have to encourage growth and development and vitality along North Carson because you do have underutilized shopping centers. And then when I got to the Silver Bullet report, I was like, oh, this could be super easy because I could use the exact same part of the master plan because it's the exact same area. So I think when you made your comments, Commissioner Brooks, you said, aren't we trying to encourage development in North Carson? And those were the findings, and they may still be the findings in this report now, but I remember when those findings were made, because then when Silver Bullet was going through the approval, and Commissioner Borders was here for the Planning Commission, but he didn't have the fun of the appeal at the board meeting. It was very contentious because competing casinos were fighting this. And it was a lot of energy to get this to a yes in 2016. And one of the things that was an attack, a point of attack, I'll say, is they said, look, you're consistent with one little part of the master plan. Yeah, there's a lot more of the master plan. I remember I had to say, oh, I did that because I had the go-karts. They gave me 4 pages of master plan consistency. So what do you do when you look at time extension? And in fact, I think Heather has a meeting tomorrow with an applicant who's coming in, who will be before you for a time extension for a special use permit. What you do is you look at your findings of fact, and you look at the conditions that were in place at the time of approval, and you say, would I arrive at a different conclusion to these findings of fact because circumstances have changed? And if the answer is, yeah, I would come to a different conclusion, you probably shouldn't do an extension. You should probably say, you know what, no, we're sunsetting this, everything's changed too much. You should come back when you're ready. But if you think conditions have not changed, and the staff does not think conditions have changed up there from the situation in 2016, then it probably is okay to do the extension. So I want you to kind of focus on the findings. And I did want to speak specifically to that North Carson part of the master plan and consider what the conditions were in 2016 versus today. And because you're going to have another one in 2 months. Thanks.
Thank you, Hope. Commissioner Borders.
That's not me.
Yeah, if you have cell phones, can you please go ahead and mute them, please?
I have a question for Stephen. If in fact this was a new SUP, would they have, would we request that they participate in that sewer line?
Yes, and the SUP before you does have that condition to contribute.
Say that again?
We would if it was new one, and the SUP before you also has that condition. It's condition number 11.
Okay.
Any
I
further-
apologize, I missed it.
All right, any further questions? Okay, all right, and now Seth, would you do this as amended on item number 4? Do you approve that?
Correct. We
Accept
agreed
that?
to the amendment on condition 4.
Okay, great. All right. Any further discussion with the commissioners? Seeing none, I'd like to go ahead and seek a motion, please. If you're feeling froggy, go ahead.
This could be a long night, huh?
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I move to approve an extension of time for the expiration date of SUP 16090 to November 17th, 2027, as the approved special use permit continues to be appropriate and the activity permitted by the special use permit will not adversely impact other properties in the area or the public interest. Based on the findings listed in the staff report, subject to the conditions of approval, amending condition number 4 as discussed.
You, looking for a second? Would that be
I'll
Commissioner
second.
Borders? Commissioner Borders, second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Okay.
Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
consideration and to staff. We
Thank
appreciate it.
you. Okay, 6B.
Madam Chair, if I may, for the people who are standing, there are seats right outside in the lobby, and there's a TV on. So as we go through, spaces will be opening up in this room, so you're welcome to watch on the TV and then come in when your item's up.
Okay, and, okay. All right, I'd like to go forward then on item number 6B, LU 2024-0316 for possible action, discussion, and possible action regarding an application for a special use permit, SUP, to allow for a temporary tract sales office within a mobile home and associated parking area on property zoned single-family 6,000 SF6 located at 1051 North Ormsby Boulevard, assessor's parcel number APN 001241114. Heather.
Again, Heather Manzo for the record. So this request originally came through as a tentative map before the commission a couple of years ago. At this point, if you've driven by the site, you'll see that the project is well under construction. I think they poured asphalt yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. So this request is to establish a sales office within a model home. So they're proposing to build just one home at the very northwest portion of the property abutting Ormsby, and to establish a parking area in association with that. So I have no idea why this thing's fading, but sorry for the delay and the change of slide. So this is for Lot 1 and Lot 2 of the overall development, and what's shown here is just their parking area. They're providing essentially more than ample parking for one model home and the sales office. And there are conditions recommended in this request to sunset and eliminate the parking at the end of the sales term for the project. So once all the home sites have been sold, they will come in and convert that parking area to a house and convert the sales office to a home and sell that as well. So I did provide the home elevation for you. And I did receive a call from a resident asking, what are we approving in terms of the model home? We're actually not approving the architecture at all. We provided that in the package because the applicant provided it, so you can see what it's going to look like from the outside. But when a subdivision builds out, those individual homes come through as kind of a master. So we approve the architecture and everything individually for each of the homes. And then the developer comes in at a later date and tells us what sites those homes are going to go into. So in this case, we've just provided it for illustration, but it is not being approved by the commission tonight. And so with that, staff is recommending approval of this request, and the applicant is available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do you want to go ahead and do your presentation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. John Krompottek. I'm with KLS Planning, representing Toll Brothers, who's the home builder in this case. I do not have a PowerPoint. I'd be glad to share elevations if you wanted to see them, colored elevations. So really here we're in agreement with the staff report as written, with all of the conditions as written. I'm here for any questions, and I do have a slide deck of the elevations if you wanted to get into the colors, just as a courtesy to the commission and the community on what the house will actually look like.
Okay. All right. At this point.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, Commissioner Borders.
The CC&Rs for this subdivision, there's typically in the CC&Rs, there's a sale date when it's turned over to the homeowners association, 90% sold, 85% sold, or something like that. It would seem to me that the sunset on the mobile home and the parking lot ought to be model home. Yes, pardon me.
No problem.
The model home and the parking lot ought to be tied to that instead of just, this says when they're all sold.
Yeah.
And if you got 3 lots left, you don't need a model home anymore, it wouldn't seem to me. And I just, somewhere in there, I think there ought to be a trigger. And I was just,
Yeah, I think it's a fair point. We don't have such a trigger as it is now. You get to that stage of the development, right? There's 40 houses. That's basically the last in line, and then it would be done and turned over to the HOA.
yeah, but you've also got the parking lot, so you've got 2 houses.
That's right, 2 houses, the parking lot and the model home.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Cron?
Yeah, Heather, we ended up with a public comment, and I thought it'd be interesting for maybe you to address that. It implies that something was missed, that this should have been, I guess, a part of the normal approval process, so part of the question is from her is, was this overlooked? Did this get missed? I don't believe it has, because typically we have always seen after the approval of the project, then this comes back at a later time. So I don't believe that has been missed, but I thought since we did have someone take the time, if you could address that, if you would, please.
Sure, I'd be happy to. So in terms of when the sales office would come before the planning commission, you're absolutely correct. It's always after the project commences site improvement work and is ready to kind of build those model homes or the model home and establish a sales office. So in every case I can think of, we've had that SUP come in after the fact. And then some of the other items that the resident had noted in their concerns that went out in the staff report really have to do with the overall development, the site improvement work, and the original approval of the tentative map. That's not what's before the Planning Commission this evening. What's before you today for consideration is only for the establishment of the sales office.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions of the commissioners? Seeing none. Okay, and you have accepted all the conditions?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
All right, public comment. Is there any public comment in regards to this item? Seeing none, I'd like to send this back to the commission for a motion. Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to approve special use permit LU 2024-0316 based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval contained in the staff report.
I second.
Second from Commissioner DeChristopher. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Okay, 6C, variance, VAR 2024-0352 for possible action, discussion, and possible action regarding a request for a variance to reduce the required front and side yard setbacks for property zone single-family 6,000 SF6 located at 709 Elizabeth Street, Assessor's Parcel Number APN 003273-03. Heather.
Thank you, Heather Ferris, for the record. The subject property is located on the east side of Elizabeth Street, just south of its intersection with West Washington. The parcel is 35 feet wide by 48 feet deep, totals approximately 1,680 square feet in size, and is located in the historic district. The property is developed with a small 474 square foot single-family residence, which was constructed in 1948. The existing house is set back, shown here in orange. And it is set back 8.6 feet from the front property line, 4 feet from the north side, 5 feet from the south side property line, and 16 feet from the rear property line. On September 4th, 2024, the applicant obtained approval from the Historic Resources Commission to demolish the existing residence and construct a new 2-story single-family residence totaling 2,174 square feet. This proposed new construction would increase the footprint of the building from 474 square feet to approximately 723.4 square feet. The new construction is shown here in red. In order to accommodate this new construction, the applicant is requesting a variance to allow the new construction to utilize the setbacks of the existing residence where it currently encroaches, and to extend the encroachment along the front. The variance would reduce the front yard setback from 20 feet to 8.6 feet, with the covered porch being constructed in its current location, and the north side yard setback would be reduced from 5 feet to 4 feet where the current footprint encroaches, and then the house would step back to the 5-foot setback. The project will comply with all other standards for development. This slide just kind of gives you a 3-dimensional view of what the encroachment is. And then the next 2 slides just show the proposed elevations for the new construction and the floor plan. There are 3 findings of fact the Planning Commission must make in the affirmative in order to approve a variance. Staff has made all 3 findings and is recommending approval subject to the conditions of approval, which are included in your staff report. We have not received any public comments related to this project. I'm available for questions, and Zach Wood is also here representing the project.
Okay, Commissioner Cron.
Yeah, a couple questions for you. In the late material, Heather, we did end up with something from Kathy and Ed Smith at 701 Elizabeth Street. You may not be aware of it. It just kind of came in under late comment. And is 701 Elizabeth Street north of the property or south of the property?
Hi, this is Zach Wood. It's the neighbor to the south.
To the south, okay. All right, and they're saying they agree with the property setback, so there's no, concern is related to this agenda item. The other question that I had was just a clarification, is that you said that the Historical Resources Commission approved the demolishing of the building. Did they also end up looking at the project architecturally as well? Or is that not within their purview? I figured within the historical district, they would have some say on that.
So they did review the demolition and the new construction at the same time.
And they were okay with both?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Applicant, would you like to state your name? and give us kind of an oversight on this, because this was a little tiny house. It was really a little tiny. I remember seeing it. So you want to tell us a little bit about it?
Yes, still a tiny house. Hello, Chairperson and Commissioners, and welcome Commissioner Pizell. And a quick shout out to University of Nevada Geography and Professor X. Also to future planners sitting out on behalf of our applicant, Emily, in the Planning Commission Annex in the hallway. I want to make a quick correction. We created that 3D exhibit for the original elevation, which had the gable roof pointed to the front. The elevations that are in the packet are correct. Those were approved by the Historic Resources Commission, and we changed some of the roof slopes that aren't described there, but the building footprint is the same, the building mass is the same. So just to clarify that that exhibit was outdated, we had only created it for the first elevation. We agree with the staff recommendation, and we do believe that the project meets the criteria for findings for a variance. I think it was especially helpful that with a application to the Historic Resources Commission first to get approval for the demolition and the architecture, that we focused on creating elements to the new structure that both were in the proper context and consistent with the historic district, and bring forward the unique character of that small house as it, does contribute to the historic district in its own way. And that's by having kind of small porch elements on the front, and the revision that we made between the submittals to Historic Resources added a second floor veranda and deck. So it created some of the livable elements, the neighborly elements at the front of the building that do exist and will continue, even though this is all new construction. So on behalf of the applicant, Billy Cyphers, we do agree with the staff recommendation in the staff report, and would hope to seek the commission's approval for the project. And I'm available if there are any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Borders.
Thank you. Heather, I'm assuming this is a variance approval, so things about dust and construction and demolition and all that's all will be taken care of in the permit itself.
Yes, you're correct.
Okay, so all we're discussing is the variance.
That's correct.
Are you gonna take that big tree down in the back?
Hi, this is Zach Wood. Yeah, there's a large elm tree in the backyard, and the assumption from the applicant, who's also going to be their own general contractor, is that the tree won't make it through the construction. Yeah, it's shown there on the southeastern portion of the property. So that's our working assumption with the plan right now.
It's a shame to lose the tree, but I understand.
Okay, and Commissioner Borders.
I just did that.
I'm sorry, how about Commissioner Brooks? The bees are throwing me off tonight. I don't know why.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is less a question that impacts the vote and more just context. Is the owner of the property building to occupy or building to sell?
Yes, this is Zach Wood. For Mr. Cyphers, the plan is to construct a residence for his family. Like I said, he's a general contractor, but this would be like an owner-builder project.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Pizell.
Thank you. I thank you, Heather. It's a good staff report. Thank you also for pointing out and including in the staff report that the zoning basically requires a 6,000 square foot lot, and this is a lot that is actually 1,680 square feet in size. Given the fact that they've gone through the efforts of going before the historical commission, I think it's a reasonable request. Thanks.
Okay, Commissioner DeChristopher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I just wanted to say I was actually very excited to see this project because that neighborhood, the neighboring homes have all done their upgrades. Looks very nice. And I know when you walk past that area, it just kind of completes that feel of it actually belonging within the historical district. The other thing I wanted to note, we have a lot of conversation regarding how far up do we go with buildings. I found it refreshing. This is the first plan since I've been on the commission in 2 years where they're making use of a basement. Something to be said for making that square footage going down instead of up. So all in all, a very tasteful project. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, all right, public comment, please. You can stay right there. I think we just have one chair. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Denny French. I walked by the building when it was up for another consideration on this whole process, and it's a darling house. Everybody should get by and see it. And I would suggest that when I was there, I spoke to the residents on both its south side and its north side, just because they happened to come out and wonder what I was doing. I was looking around, and they're very conscientious and very involved community. They didn't just rush out of their houses with pitchforks or anything. But the deal is that there was some consideration as to the actual the lines of property ownership. There were a couple feet that might be lost off of one going one way and one going the other way when they were doing their general survey of the property lines. And so in that case, everybody seems to have come out okay. It doesn't sound like they're going to move the fence, the wrought iron and the brick fence to the north, and they're not going to have to take out a whole lot towards the neighbors on the other side. They're willing pretty much to want to leave their fence where they were, well, they could have maybe cut a foot here or a foot there. So I guess that issue had been resolved, but everybody that can, go by and see that house. And it's a shame we don't have places to put some of those houses because while they aren't necessarily the most robust in its architecture, it's darling. And so while you can see it, please do. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Now you need to bring me back up. Okay. Okay, did you already ask me for the conditions? Did you already agree to all the conditions?
Yes, this is Zach Wood. We reviewed the conditions and agreed to them.
Thank you. Okay, and may I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move to approve VAR-2024-0352 based on the ability to make the required findings and subject to the conditions of approval contained in the staff report.
Okay, looking for a second.
Second?
Okay, second by Commissioner Pizell. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay,
Thank you, staff.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for a good project. It's really going to be a nice project
It
over
is
there.
cute.
Yep.
Okay, 6D, LUD 2024-0360 for possible action, discussion, possible action regarding a request for a special use permit. Just one moment. Did you want to call a recess before we get into it? Okay, everybody's good? Okay. All right. A special use permit to allow for the development of a congregate care housing facility on parcels zoned retail commercial RC located at 1625 Vista Lane. Assessor's parcel number APN 007-53119. And Heather.
Thank you, Heather Ferris, again for the record. The subject property is vacant, approximately 0.79 acres in size, and is located on Vista Lane, backing to the Silver Oak Golf Course. It is zoned retail commercial. A congregate care facility is a conditional use in the retail commercial zoning district, and therefore a special use permit is required prior to establishing the use. The applicant is requesting a special use permit to construct and operate a 36-bed, 9,200 square foot congregate care facility for residential substance use and co-occurring disorder treatment. Carson City Municipal Code defines congregate care housing as a dwelling providing shelter and services for people, which may include living and sleeping facilities, meals, eating assistance, housekeeping, laundry services, dressing, room cleaning, medication reminders, nursing care, related medical services, and personal care. Such facilities may also provide other services such as counseling and transportation to routine social and medical appointments. So our code doesn't specifically address residential treatment facilities, so staff is left to interpret that. And in interpreting what that means, we look at what use it's most closely associated with. And a congregate care facility is what it is most closely associated with. So as proposed, the facility would house a maximum of 36 clients and will provide treatment services for those clients only. The facility will not be open to non-residents. Patients will typically stay for 30 days and will follow up with outpatient care, which will be provided at off-site facilities. The facility will employ 8 to 9 staff people during the day and 2 to 3 staff during the night shift. As proposed, the rear setbacks abutting the golf course currently do not comply with the setbacks, which call for a 30-foot setback when adjacent to a residential district. The residential development is not immediately adjacent to this parcel. However, the golf course is zoned SF12P. So as designed, the structure will be a minimum of 15 feet from the rear property line. Therefore, staff is recommending a condition of approval requiring the applicant to obtain a variance unless the zoning district for the golf course is changed to a non-residential zoning district. This is a copy of what the proposed elevations would look like. And there are 7 findings of fact that the Planning Commission must make in the affirmative in order to approve a special use permit. I'm happy to go over any of those findings as we go through this. Staff has made all findings and is recommending approval subject to the conditions of approval included in the staff report. We have received several public comments related to this item. Those are included in your packet and also as late material. I'm available for questions. Sarah Adler is here representing the project and may wish to address the commission. But first, we have Stephen Pote with Development Engineering that would like to address one of the public comments related to a fault line on the property. And then we have the sheriff that's also here, and he'd like to address some of those public comments before Ms. Adler comes up.
Please.
Stephen Pote with Development Engineering for the record. So yeah, there was some public comment that said that it appears there's a fault line on the property. I believe that stems from the USGS's fault line maps that they publish. If you review those maps, it does appear that there's a fault line on the property. However, those maps are published at a regional scale, so there's quite a bit of variability between what's actually happening on the ground and what's published on that map. There have been 2 geotechnical investigations in the not-so-distant past in this area, one in 2004 and one in 2017. And those were done specifically to identify where that fault line was. So the fault line is present on the parcel directly to the west, and then it crosses the street, and then the parcel that's across the street from them also borders that fault line. They actually changed the lot line to align with the fault line there. So with those geotechnical reports, they established a minimum setback, and the minimum setback does not affect the subject parcel.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and Sheriff Furlong.
Thank you. For the record, Chair Furlong. My reason for being here to assist with the staff report is the sheriff's office had received several requests over the last week or so regarding crime in the areas of this type of facility and what's been going on.
Excuse me,
and-
Sheriff Furlong, yeah,
Yep,
please
yep.
bring it
How
forward.
about that? 'Cause
Perfect.
The folks outside will get me. So this is a little bit of an informative platform that we offer. It is on the Carson City website under the sheriff's office. Crime in Your Area is what it's titled. It's accessible to everybody. We do believe that the better informed a community is, the better opportunities we have. Speaking to specifically crime in the area of the currently existing facility on Long Street, I will take you to and explain it. It's a whole lot easier with a mouse. Okay. I'm using a street view versus a aerial view of this map. What you see here is for this fiscal year, beginning in July, the types of calls for service that we've had in the area of the currently existing Vitality facility located here on Long Street, right at about this location. And all of the calls for service that have been responded to in that area since July 1st. And if you notice that many of those are down around apartment complexes along US Highway 50 and over in the residential area on the other side of Roop Street. As it comes to the Vitality Center, it is, I don't want to say it is free of crime, but certainly not a lot of calls for service in the first third of this year. It doesn't tend to have them. It's a pretty quiet area. Not much goes on. What you are looking at is the crimes of arson, assault, burglary, disturbing the peace, drug and alcohol violations, DUIs, frauds, homicides, motor vehicle thefts, robberies, sex crimes, larceny thefts, vandalism, vehicle break-in thefts, and weapons charges. So with all of those crimes inclusive, the area that is currently the residential zone for Vitality really has suffered little to no events in the first third of this year.
Okay, and can I ask you, because, we just discussed this a little bit earlier, can you check out the one that is over on Fairview?
Sure can. Wish I had that
627
mouse.
Fairview, and then also the one that at the Behavioral Health Center up at the Mountain Street.
Along Fairview, this would be the facility in this area between Pullman, is that Pullman?
It's the rectangle one
Yeah.
right under the ORY.
Right. You show one burglary offense back in July in that area. Otherwise, that area remains pretty quiet. Not much taking place there. And I do want to reemphasize to everybody in the audience and on TV, this is readily accessible information that the Sheriff's Office provides to the public. You wanted to go up onto North Mountain Street?
Mm-hmm. North Mountain, that division area, right there.
A little bit north of that, right?
South.
South?
South. Right there where the number 2 is.
This one?
We have the number 3 and the number 2. Both of those are
Oh,
the
yeah.
areas
I
that are surrounding
understand
that
now.
immediately.
Multiple records indicating 2 offenses. One assault had taken place back in September, on September 29th, and 1 vandalism case. Otherwise, that area over the last 4 months has been pretty quiet.
Okay, what about number 3?
Which street?
It's right on the corner of Mountain and Flushman.
Mountain and Fleshman? Same
To
thing.
the west, right there.
Very, very little offenses take place in these areas.
Where it says the number 3.
This one?
Nope, that's 2. 3. Up to,
Oh, the 3. We have up here an assault that took place in September. In July, there was another assault that took place. And in August, there was a larceny theft. This area right here is predominantly a residential stick-type houses in that neighborhood. I do want to, just so that everybody is well informed, bring up the location, the proposed location, if you will, of Vista Lane, and relatively a quiet zone with one burglary offense that was reported in August. None of these locations show a tremendous alert crime trend or intensive resource draw on the sheriff's office.
okay. Now I have a question though. Can you just bring it just a little bit to the north? Okay, great. So it does show. But it does show that those on the 5 is probably has to do with the emergency room, correct?
Those 5 events up at Medical Parkway, including assault, I can tell you, based on the call volume, very often those are inside the emergency room.
Great, thank you.
Again, another assault, and another sex crime being reported at the emergency room.
Okay, and Sheriff Furlong, Commissioner DeChristopher has a question for you.
Any questions?
Yeah, I have
Go
one
ahead.
question.
Yes.
Thank you, Sheriff Furlong. When we're looking at this map and it's showing where those incidences occurred, I know you obviously can't, if we dug, we'd find names, but can you tell me just generally, should we be assuming that those crimes are related to individuals who are clients or
No.
employees of these facilities?
Thank you, good question. No, in fact, you probably will not find. If I were to go back to the current facility of Vitality along, let's see here,
Right there.
we show an arson right here. That arson was a resident of that apartment complex, alleged arson. This fraud was a resident of that apartment complex. This fraud here was a resident of those apartments that are along that path. None of these offenses were related to the Vitality Center or to the areas noted that she had me bring up, Fairview and such.
Thank you. Okay. Any further questions, the Commissioner to staff? Okay, Commissioner Borders?
I'd like to thank the sheriff for bringing this to us, not only just so that we could see it, but I think the public needs to know, because I would guess that most people don't realize that this is available, and it's a really handy tool, I think.
This is a great tool for keeping an eye on your neighborhood and making sure that you're safe, making you aware of what is going on in your neighborhood or your area. We do want residents to be informed and in some cases be able to predict the future. We believe that partnership is best served for the sheriff's office. That's why this is publicly available on the Carson City website under the sheriff's office and crime.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
Okay. Okay. Yes, thank you so much. And Heather, I have a question for you. Currently, the property that is adjacent to this to the south is owned by the Silver Oak Golf Course. However, it is zoned with an overlay of a single-family residential, correct?
Yes, it's zoned single family, 12,000
Okay.
with the PD overlay.
Okay, terrific. And the other question is just because we have seen this in certain other areas like Reno and so forth, could there possibly ever be a situation where the golf course is vacated, that particular fairway, and it is able, the owner decides to change it into multifamily, into individual homes, that could be a possibility in,
I mean, anything is possible, right, in the
Mhm.
future. It's hard to know what a future property owner may do, or the current property may do at some point in the future.
okay. That was just a question on that one. The other thing is I found kind of interesting is on the plans, is the developer here? Do we have
Yes.
actually the developer, not just, we understand Miss Adler will be here, but someone that can answer more about the site information?
I believe she had somebody else with her, but
Perfect.
perhaps she can
Please
answer
come
that.
forward. Is Miss Adler here?
Oh, yes. Time has come. Good evening.
Please, good evening. Please sign in and state your name.
Reese Williams, architect with Form Gray Studio.
And Sarah Adler, consultant to Vitality Unlimited, project manager.
Thank you. Now, I had a question from the architect's standpoint, is that at Silver Oak, most of the houses that abut the golf courses have fences, and this appears to have a small fence that runs north-south rather than east-west. So will there be a fence, will this be fenced in the front from the golf course?
Yes, it will.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. Yes, it will. We'll have a fence that will wrap and close the courtyard.
Okay, the
And-
courtyard I see is one thing, but I'm talking about the whole frontage of the lot.
Oh,
Because all of the other houses at Silver Oak that are on the golf course actually have like a 4-foot fence, a white fence that they're supposed to have. However, I've noticed that some of the buildings, as far as the doctor's offices, primarily because they're not residences, have not had fences in the front. Is this something that, I'm just wondering, is this going to have the continuity as the rest of the development up there?
that's a good question. In designing this project, we thought a lot about the surrounding context and really tried to blend in this new building with projects that are, 10 years old plus, and then there's some that are brand new, like Rock. We didn't intend on doing a fence primarily in the front because that is a security concern, something that somebody could hide behind. So in a commercial setting, it's not really doing anything other than obstructing more view and also the visibility of the parking lot.
We're looking at the south side, not the north side. The north side's the
Oh,
parking
sorry,
lot.
you're going back and
So,
forth.
yeah,
Well,
no.
you're going back and forth because
No,
I said that
no,
the fence is surrounding the courtyard in the back.
Okay.
On the south side, there is a fence that wraps the entire courtyard. And you can see it if you zoomed in, there's a
Okay.
call out and there's two gates that would lead out.
Right, in the court, and if we were looking at this as pure
I'm calling the courtyard.
north-south,
Mhm.
east-west
Correct.
configuration, okay? The parking lot is on the north, golf course is on the south.
Yep.
The gates, and these little gates, are on the east and west.
Mhm.
So we're not talking about one that runs along the full frontage, is what I'm asking you. Because I know I have to maintain, at my house at Silver Oak, I've got 120-some feet of white fence that I have to maintain. So I'm asking, is this going to have the same continuity for the neighborhood?
It's unknown right now, but we would definitely be willing to bring in an aesthetic that would tie in the continuity with the golf course. That's something that we could definitely add into the project.
Okay.
Good.
All right, thank you. And Commissioner Peisel.
Sorry, I forgot to. Quick question on, can you go through the floor plan itself? Because it looks like it's very much a controlled facility with regards to people ingressing and egressing the building.
Certainly. Yeah, so the main entrance is at the top of the image that you're looking at coming from the parking lot, the main entryway. All controlled entry in and out. The program is somewhat divided. This is co-ed with the men are on the left portion, that left arm coming down, and the women would be on the right. And then the kind of mixed program is on the north end. So you've got the administrative side that is in the top left corner, and then you've got the cafeteria and the dining room in the sort of in the middle, and then the kitchen would be in that kind of top right corner. So all kind of very separated, very controlled. Yes.
And you're on the professional office side of the fairway. Do the other professional offices, existing professional offices, have fences along their rear property lines? And were you not proposing that because you want this facility to look more like a professional office as opposed to a residential facility?
I'm not sure if I'm understanding your question. We are proposing the fence mostly to keep people from coming in, and and somewhat providing protection for the clients and the staff that would be occupying the building. There is a sense of privacy that they're trying to maintain.
Okay, I apologize. I saw the courtyard fencing with opaque. It was noted as opaque. I didn't
Correct.
realize you were proposing fencing around the property lines of the
Yes.
facility.
Yep.
Okay. Commissioner Cron?
Sorry. Yeah. Still kind of continuing along with the architecture side of things. There has been a number of public comments that relate to lighting. There has been a concern from the neighbors that this thing is going to kind of light up the sky or light up the neighborhood. Could you go into specifically with the courtyard, but also with the building in general? What is your lighting plan for the facility, and are you using fixtures that are downlit or that are shielded and that type of thing? Could you explain that?
Yeah, in most of these types of projects, especially in these neighborhoods, from a lighting standpoint, we would be providing what we call dark sky lighting, and that's where we try to eliminate, unnecessary glare from brightening up those neighborhoods. I think one of the caveats of living in Carson City is our dark skies, so we would certainly aim to maintain the same quality that we all know and love.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Also, again, clarification for me on the fence. Sarah, again, has been a number of comments coming in from the neighbors saying is that the potential of the patients lining up along the fence and staring into their backyard. So would you be kind enough to explain to me and the people here in the commission, when you talk about an opaque fence, are we talking 4 foot, 6 foot, 12 foot? What's opaque? Be a little more specific, because I really would like to address that issue from a question from the public.
Sure, absolutely. So opaque, Merriam-Webster definition just means solid, right? Not able to see through would be ideal, and that goes for both directions, both viewing directions. 6 foot, I believe, is the height limitation that Carson City has set on their fences. And Heather, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but it's 6 foot, correct?
It's 6 foot, however, you can go taller, I believe, with a building permit.
Excellent. So if we did get a variance, we could go potentially 7 foot. We could go 8 foot potentially. I think we would be willing to look into that and certainly make a compromise that would satisfy the surrounding neighborhood. We would go as tall as needed potentially to block any kind of view that would go from both directions across the football field-sized fairway.
Okay. Continuing on with the fence, the gates that you illustrate on the plans on both the east and west side of the courtyard, are those controlled access fence? In other words, will they be some sort of a card latch or padlocked, or what is that plan?
Yeah, we would use a delayed egress system, which is a alarm that would get set off before it actually opens. So that would allow staff members to know whether or not that door gets opened when it's not supposed to be. The idea is that that is really only there in case of an emergency. It's not meant for coming in and out. It would strictly be for in the event of an emergency. When the building exits into that courtyard area, that courtyard is still considered a space, and you'd have to get people out of that space to the right of way. So those gates are purely for just egress of the emergency type.
Okay. Then more onto the architecture of the building you've been talking about, and it sounds like you're still kind of evolving a little bit with your architectural plan, but I appreciated and kind of drill down for me on when you're talking about trying to match the architecture. I appreciated what you were saying relating there's some older buildings there and you have some new ones and you're trying to blend that. So basically, is your intent to just make it blend in as much as possible from an aesthetic point of view?
Always, yeah. I think good design respects where it is going up and what's around it, right? What came before it. And we've got some variety from some previous projects. There's a few very traditional projects that are adjacent, some with some very, gable-formed roofs, some mansard roofs, and then you've got the newest addition, the new kid to the block is the Rock building. Very contemporary, flat roof, straight walls, big forms. In our case, we wanted to keep the building low and keep the roof as low as we could, mostly for people looking at the mountains behind. So, trying to keep the form as low as we can, but also kind of speak to some of the older projects that are there with more of the traditional gabled roofs, while also complementing, the Rock and just trying to fit in. Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Then maybe just a general question, and that's just asking your opinion as an architect. When you talk about a use like we are having here, could, because of the architecture, could you pick that out if you're driving by on the street? Just driving around, walking through the complex, would you be able to tell from just an aesthetic point of view that it is a treatment center based on the architecture?
If you could, I would hire them and put them in my office. No, absolutely not. This building will look like any of the other medical buildings that are in that neighborhood. And from a use standpoint, as a rehabilitation center, this is a healthcare building. Really, it's about health, and it makes sense that this building is right off Medical Parkway. It's part of the neighborhood already. And whether you're getting your teeth cleaned or you're going to see your doctor, it's really of the same variety. It's the same thing, but you'll never know. And this is separate from my professional statement. I will say that I'm actually a neighbor to their current facility. I live in that neighborhood. I bought that house in 2016, and I've known that the group is there. I've known them. They occasionally walk around the neighborhood, and they're always polite. They're always nice. And I have to say that having more eyes on the neighborhood, I feel, has actually made our neighborhood safer. And as I think Sheriff Furlong showed you, we don't have many red dots in our neighborhood. And I would actually have to say that's partially credited to vitality. It's more people out walking and reporting any riffraff that they might see. So as I'm a happy neighbor, they've been fantastic. And when they came to us, I was like, absolutely, I'd love to help you. So separate from my professional statements.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Welcome. All right, Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think perhaps this is an operational question, and you may not have the answer to, but a common theme through a lot of the public comment we got, as you might imagine, is related to safety. And I'm wondering if either of you can speak to operationally what that looks like if the facility is built, what it looks like. What's the daytime security situation? What's the evening security situation? I don't know necessarily that changes the mind of anybody in the audience who's not happy about this project, but I do think it's a case where more information is better.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks, for the question. Again, my name is Sarah Adler, local project manager for Vitality Unlimited. I want to start by saying we really appreciate all of the public comment because it has given us an opportunity through communication we have had with commenters so far, email and so on, phone calls, and also here tonight to provide education, exactly the question that you just asked. So this cannot be a locked facility due to safety. concerns. But what it is a fully secured and monitored facility. So all windows will be alarmed, all doorways will be alarmed, the gateways that we've just discussed will be alarmed. There are security cameras on, eyes on, the spaces within the building, and those will be monitored at the behavioral health technician stations, essentially the nurses' stations in this facility. So that will be, those are the balancing of two kinds of safety. Safety for those within the building and safety for those in the community.
If I may add a follow-up question, you mentioned that you've had a dialogue with people in the community who raised concerns. Can you give me a ballpark or specific figure about how many of those conversations you've had? We've seen lots of projects come to the commission where there's been no dialogue with the community, and just hearing that you've had some dialogue is actually very encouraging.
Yes, I'm glad to try and recall that. I don't know if Mr. Ed Benoit, are you here tonight? I'm here. Hi. So he and I had a long phone conversation last Tuesday night. I happened to be, lucky me, in England the moment the phone rang, and I thought, Sacramento, I should pick up this call. And so we had a long phone conversation. I spoke with Mr. Sam Landis this afternoon, who is one of the developers of Silver Oak. I have communicated by email, as has Esther Quillisi, the CEO of Vitality, extensively with the Carson Periodontist Group. And then they are to the west, and Mr. Benoit's part of the ownership structure of the property to the east. I just had access to most of the Silver Oak communication this afternoon or this morning, getting the late comments this morning. I did email Carson Periodontist again today. So we've been very active in as much dialogue as we could. My phone number has been out there, as has Esther Quillisi's. I visited the neighborhood all up and down Vitality Lane on or about September 16th and provided documentation introducing Vitality Unlimited and the project, and my phone number, inviting people to contact me, inviting people to contact CEO Carson Tahoe Regional Medical CEO Michelle Joy, who is the declarant and is the person who granted the exception. And then I returned on September 20th and again provided written documentation, again with my phone number on it, again asking people to contact, neighbors to contact us and to contact the hospital.
Thank you so much. And again, no matter which way the vote goes, I want to commend that level of engagement. Thank you.
Thank you.
And it was Commissioner Borders was next.
Can we put this one back up? I just want to clarify so that everybody's on the same page. If you look at the east and west property line boundaries, is there or is there not a fence on this picture? If you look to the east, which is to the right, and to the west, which is to the left, there is no fence, correct?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay, the only fences we're talking about are down here at the outside area,
Closing in the horseshoe.
closing in the horseshoe. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and see, Commissioner Paisel?
Yes, this is just a quick question to the Public Works staff. They submitted a trip generation letter and the conclusion basically stated that the proposed project is not expected to have any significant impact on local traffic operations or on local roadways or intersections, and that no further traffic study for the project is recommended. Noted in the staff report that the Public Works Department did not have any comments with regards to that. So basically, you're in concurrence with the traffic generation letter.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cron?
Could you go through, I have in our late material, a letter from Allison McKenzie from Ryan Russell, I believe. Can you explain what that step was in this process and why you needed to have it looks like they represent the Carson Tahoe Medical Office Complex in there. So if you could explain why you had to go through that step and that this is not a surprise to Carson Tahoe medical folks.
Right, correct. Thank you for the question. So, and our broker, Sam Douglas, is here, who can answer additional real estate questions if I am inadequate there. But as we pursued this property, which there are extremely limited properties available in Carson City that are the right size, affordable. So it was a long process to find this property. This property is excellent because this is a healthcare service within a healthcare setting, within a medical setting. The property comes with this declaration. It's a declaration of covenants, conditions, and restrictions of Carson Tahoe Regional Medical Center, Medical Office Park South. This was established in 2005. And the Article 4 of this, paragraph 4.01, defines permitted uses. The imagined or intended uses, as stated in this declaration, are medical offices. However, Article 4 allows the declarant, which is Carson Tahoe, to grant an exception to permitted uses upon its finding that it is a compatible use and also one that does not compete with Carson Tahoe's business lines. And so Esther Quillisi wrote a letter of request requesting an exception to the declaration. And on October 11th, that is the letter that I included in my correspondence with Mr. Benoit. On October 11th, Allison McKenzie, Ryan Russell, the attorneys who represent Carson Tahoe, provided CEO Quillisi with this letter. So that is the process through which we have met the declarant's requirement. And as it says in paragraph 4.01, only the declarant needs to make this decision. And the declarant is the hospital. And I'll just say, since you asked me, we love this sentence. CTH looks forward to completion of your project and the furtherance of the shared mission to serve this community.
Right, thank you. A follow-up question a little bit. You said it has taken some time to find this particular piece of property. There have been some public comments that are suggesting other locations in town. And so can you kind of walk through the process you went through that got you to this particular piece of property and why maybe some other spots in town probably would not work in your particular case?
Thank you so much. I had fewer wrinkles and less gray hair when we started this. Vitality has operated within Carson City's Health and Human Services building since 2012. They came in after another treatment provider was not making it pencil in that location. We needed these services. Vitality was invited in. Along comes the pandemic, and Carson City, and they have been super duper to work with. Nikki Aker, couldn't say enough good things about her. Mayor Bagwell, all of that. Nancy Paulson, all of them. But along comes the pandemic, and two things occurred. The HHS staff is distributed in multiple offices around Carson City. What we all came to learn is that we've got to work together to protect public health. So the city made the decision to tell Vitality, this is your exit ticket. We need you to leave so that we can consolidate and we can have this robust public health operation here in Carson City. They gave Vitality that message at some time in 2023. Really, really super. They also have provided with that exit ticket a commitment of $500,000 of American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA dollars, to assist with the relocation. And that's very important. Vitality is not keeping that location and adding 36 beds to the 25 that exist there. They are forced to relocate those 25 beds, and then they have the ability, economic sense for a nonprofit, you've got to maximize your space, your value. They propose to go up to 36. So we began looking at properties. There was a property toward the east end of town, not on the market. Hesitate to say, but I will say bed bugs. So that property wasn't viable. We actually made an offer on the property at 2805 North Mountain Street. And to their credit, the Boys and Girls Club, their offer was accepted instead of Vitality's offer. So we tried to locate there. We looked at a property on J.S. Richards Drive, a renowned building, but there is no exterior space there, really tight. And so there would have been no ability to give folks a chance to be outside and breathe fresh air, other than walking around the neighborhood, which works successfully. But we want outside space inside the facility. So then the real goal was 106 East Adams. So Vitality is in 900 East Long, and their mental health treatment clinic is at 119 East Long. That property backs up to 106 East Adams, which is on the corner of North Carson Street and Adams Street, where SignPro was until recently located. Many offices upstairs, no windows on that side of the building. Unfortunately, I did not know, I wish I had known a long time ago that it's quite likely it's less expensive to build than to try and take a existing commercial property into residential with life safety, equitable access, asbestos. So when we did the cost, Mr. John Collins did our cost estimation on that property. It was $5 million to renovate before it was purchased for $1.9 million. Next piece of the story is that Vitality is a nonprofit, cannot afford to reestablish 25 beds on its own revenue cycle. So with the mayor's support, with Assemblyman O'Neill's support, we advocated to Governor Lombardo. We were seeking $3.85 million, which turns out to have been too little, but he recommended $3 million, and we advocated with the Interim Finance Committee of the legislature, and on April 11th, received that $3 million. And so now we're really drilling into 106 East Adams. After that time, we discovered the barriers to 106 East Adams. Plan B was to see whether we could lease space within the former hospital at Fleischmann. And it is not viable because would have been large cost to tenant improvements, and that being a very large property, there are a lot of shared space costs, like the parking lot and the landscaping and the cafe. So that simply was not cost effective. Our broker did a scrape the MLS or whatever you call it, came up with 3 properties. 2 of the other 2 had zoning that were simply not viable, tourist commercial and light industrial. And thus, but this property is terrific for the landscape, for the medical compatibility. But it is really the result of a very long search. And the ARPA dollars have deadlines. First, we did look in Reno. They have a huge need for treatment, but with $3 million, you couldn't do anything. So the ARPA dollars have to be under contract by December 31st of this year.
Right.
Sorry, that might have been more than,
No, that's okay. Basically, suffice it to say that you've made efforts looking around town. And I think a new facility for what you're trying to accomplish, I think probably is a lot better solution for what you're trying to accomplish. The last thing, and we've talked about it briefly, is, and you've done a great job of talking about it from a security standpoint, but both of you have raised the idea that, these folks are out wandering the streets. Now, I'm going to give you a chance to answer, but that's the way it's coming across.
Right.
And I know the public comment has been strongly against this place based on the fact that these folks might be roaming the neighborhood. And so just for their benefit as mine, explain to me when you talk about seeing them walking around on the sidewalks in that part of town, what exactly that means in a little more detail, so that they understand that from a security standpoint, they aren't just roaming.
And so 2 things. Again, thank you for the question. The intention is for this to be a closed campus because there will be confined outside space. Folks will be able to get their fresh air, their tranquility, their study time during 9 months of the year on campus. So the intention is for this to be a closed campus and not to have staff accompanying clients on walks in the neighborhood. However, as you have said and others have said, in our current situation, we have to do the walkabouts for fresh air. But anyone who tries to approach the staff gets looked at by Vitality staff, or anyone tries to approach clients gets a strong look from Vitality staff and is sort of assessed, are you a neighbor, before anyone speaks to anyone.
So your clientele are not roaming the neighborhoods. They're going to be pretty well contained in a self-campus location. They get all their sun and air from the courtyard that you've created. And anyway, so that kind of ends my line of questioning. Thank you. I've appreciated both your honest answers and the passion that you've shown for this project. Thank you.
And I do have a question of Stephen, because I've seen something in here that I have never seen before. Is under the conditions of approval, number 9 says that the applicant must pay a pro rata share for the upgrade of downstream sewer at its capacity, not to exceed. I have never seen a not to exceed.
Stephen Pote with Development Engineering for the record. I don't know if we've used that specific language in the past, but that's essentially the effect of the conditions we've had for this is there's typically a dollar amount set to it. However, if the share for the applicant ends up being less because more projects are being approved, then they would get reimbursed for whatever the difference is.
Okay, because my question is essentially this is not a regular medical facility. This is more of a residential facility. So kind of two-handed on this is that there is a larger use of the water sewer in the residential. Has that been factored in, or was it factored in as a lot cost?
So we looked at the anticipated water and sewer demand to come up with that number.
On a
for this
residential
specific project.
Okay. And then the other question I have on this is because this is considered a residential, and this is back to Hope on the master plan, how many permits will this take off our growth management?
It's, for planning purposes, these are not dwelling units. I understand that Stephen might be looking at that from a water demand perspective or shore demand perspective, but these are not individual dwelling units. It's not an apartment complex. So from the growth management perspective, we would look at the water demand, and if it exceeds, I think we're at 10,000 gallons per day average, it would need to go before the Growth Management Commission. Because it's not before the Growth Management Commission, I'm assuming it came in under 10,000 gallons per day average. Stephen's nodding. So it was reviewed from a growth management perspective as a non-residential use.
Okay, can we put a condition of use on there that it be a commercial then? With the cap of the,
Well, there's,
I mean,
from a zoning perspective, it's congregate care. That's what's before you.
right, and then on congregate care, before we've gone ahead and done a water limitation use to be reviewed.
Let me just ask Stephen, what was the water demand average per day?
I don't remember off the top of my head, but I can look through the application.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the amount of fixturization in here.
No, I understand. So I think if it's close to the 10,000, we can certainly, but I'm not sure the benefit of that, because the point of the Growth Management Commission and reviewing the non-residential projects that will exceed 10,000 gallons per day is for the Growth Management Commission to make a decision on whether or not to issue that permit for that particular use. And again, there's the criteria. Is it creating jobs? Is it, using water conservation measures, things like that? And so once it's built, it's gone, it's done. And so what you could do if you were concerned about water use is ask some questions about water conservation. I think that would be a responsible line of questioning, but I'm not sure growth management's appropriate once it's built.
I just wanted to have that.
Oh, so I think Stephen has a number.
It's just over 3,000 gallons per day.
So it's a pretty big delta between 10,000 and 3,000.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions of commissioners? Commissioner Christopher?
Thank you, Hope, for that question. Along those lines, because it's come up as a question and a concern for water usage, is there anything that you can speak to regarding the build on this that would speak to water conservation, use of toilets, et cetera?
Reese Williams again. Yes, so low flush, current building code already requires that we do that with showers and sinks and toilets. But apart from that, the declaration for the hospital requires that we are a zero escape landscape. So from an irrigation standpoint, we're going to do our best for reducing shrubbery for fire prevention, but also it benefits the owner to have a very low maintenance landscape to reduce their overhead. So absolutely, water conservation is at the top of our minds as well.
Thank you. Okay, okay, now what I'd like to do is, I'm going to ask you to step down and we'll go ahead and hear from the public. You want to take a break first? Okay, let's have a recess until 7 o'clock, please. Thanks, you've all been here forever. Okay, so a recess until 7. Excuse me, we're reconvening the Planning Commission at 7:03. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to open this up to public comment. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes, and there's quite a few of you here, and we have read quite a bit of the late material and things that you've written. We have a lot of ideas on what you've got, but we want to give you the opportunity to speak. And again, we're going to be polite to everybody and no cheering, none of that kind of stuff. But what I was going to ask you too is if your neighbor has already said it and put it on record, if you could just say ditto, this is what I believe, unless you have something to bring forward. Otherwise, we're going to be here till midnight. And if nobody brought coffee, I think we're all going to have a hard time. So anyway, I'd like to go ahead and open it up for public comment, please. And what you need to do is you hit the green button, you state your name, and bring the microphone as close as possible so people can hear you.
Hello, is it working?
It's working.
Good.
Thank you.
Sign my name and thank you for being here. I only found out probably
Okay,
about
your name, please?
Bart Carrillo, and actually I'm a resident of Silver Oaks living in the Red Leaf community. I wish I could be more prepared for this meeting, but like a lot of people here, I believe, didn't know about the board meeting or the agenda until this afternoon, number one. Number two, I've heard a lot of discussion regarding the feasibility of the project. I've learned a lot about the other medical providers not disagreeing to the use of this property because nobody's going to be doing that kind of work. What I'm concerned about is security. I live in the Red Leaf community. Now, I'm looking at that schematic up there, and it shows that there's supposed to be, from what I heard, a 6, 7, or 8 foot fence that protects the courtyard from the golf course. Now, the developer in the area for all the golf course lots require to be what kind of fence, and it's a 4-foot fence, and it's a metal fence that has slats in it. So everybody around there can see that. But the point is, my concern is security. You have a lot of people that are concerned about that. There's the economic impact to a residential community, which is a high-end residential community. You know, I would imagine that the real estate people are going to have to disclose that. I don't know if, and I know I'm just making statements, you can't answer any of the questions, and I appreciate that, and I'm looking at the clock. You know, an addiction, there are many kinds of addiction. Unfortunately, if there's an individual that has a sexual addiction or is a predator, you know, I know back in where I used to live, there was a registry, and all the tenants, all the residents within a geographic area had to have that information released to them so they can say something about that. I'm not sure if this situation would require the real estate people to disclose that fact to potential buyers in the area. I have not heard anything so far this afternoon or this evening to dissuade my concern about the security in the area. So I just, you know, food for thought for this commission to ask questions which have not been addressed or at least brought up. And I haven't had an opportunity to read any of the documentations that has been previously submitted to it. But I would imagine that security is a big thing, a big concern of the community and the safety of people that are concerned about something like it's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And somebody, as each chair is vacated, the next person can come up and sit and get ready to go in next. Thank you.
My name is Sharon McCallan, MC, capital C-A-L-L-E-N.
Bring it down a little bit.
Pardon?
Bring the microphone down closer to your mouth.
Okay.
Thank you.
And my mic is on. Okay. Yes, my name is Sharon McCallan. I have signed in. I live directly across from the facility that's being proposed. Somebody spoke about our fences on the golf course. They aren't fences. They're wrought iron decoration. If they're 4 feet, I consider them 3 feet. I go to the periodontist right across from me. I sit in that chair. I watch my dogs go in and out of the puppy door. My concern is that faces my bedroom, my living room, my kitchen, and my patio. that I like to sit on in the beautiful evenings and watch the golfers. I am having a security system put in because this does frighten me. My husband has recently gone into memory care. There's another lady right next to me that lives there alone. My main fear is addiction, and they're there for a period of time, and then they'll go home, or they'll be released, or it's voluntary. They can leave, think it's not for them. The recidivism rate. I've been married to a Los Angeles police officer for many, many years. My grandson is a King County sheriff, where drug problems are very prevalent. The recidivism rate, by this time, they've scoped us out. They know our comings and goings, our lights, and they know where they can go to possibly get, to burglarize, to get items to feed their habits when they get out and backslide. Anyway, I'm not a good public speaker, but I am very concerned about this facility being right literally in our backyard, because there's total visibility to a whole string of homes.
Thank you.
My name is Jerry Van Lincoln. I live on Silver Oak Drive. And my concerns are similar to what was just said here, okay? I read in the packet that the people that are going to be treated in this facility are mentally disabled, mentally ill, addicted to drugs, and in the facility in lieu of being incarcerated. And if they've been incarcerated, it means they've committed crimes and they have a criminal background. I'm concerned about the security of this facility. I know it's not a lockdown. It's not like a jail. I know they're going to have alarmed doors and windows, but at nighttime, with 36 people presiding in the facility and only 2 or 3 people on duty, I'm pretty sure from my experience with people who are desperate that they can be pretty creative and pretty innovative and find ways to get out of there. And that really worries me. Those of you that know Silver Oak know that there's a lot of elderly to retired people like myself. We're easy targets for somebody who's desperate for a fix, and that concerns me. People walk that area every day, every evening. They walk their dogs, they ride their bikes, and they do it in safety. I recently spoke with a Carson City judge, and the judge assured me that if anybody gets out of line and breaks any laws or breaks out of there, they're going right back to jail. And I applaud that. However, if they broke into my house or mugged me or hit me over the head and I'm in the hospital, sending them back to jail is not going to help me get better any faster. My concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Hartman. I live directly across the fairway from this project. I want to start off by saying the lady who spoke at the very beginning, who talked about her work at the facility, Long Street or wherever, I appreciate that. And the last thing I want to do is disparage these type of facilities and the need of our community for these kind of facilities. I have a brother that went through treatment 5 times, eventually became a drug and alcohol counselor. I have an appreciation for the need of this kind of a project. So that's not my issue. My issue is the fit. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit at all with the neighbors. It doesn't fit with the buildings next to it. There was been discussion about all this pre-conversation that was had with all the neighbors. I suggest there isn't a single neighbor on our entire street on either side that's had any notification of any kind. This was dropped in our mailbox 7 days ago. And it seems like the only thing I can find out about this project is to read the article in the Appeal, which came out this morning. And that really distressed me. It distressed me that apparently the city booted them out of this. The city, I should be more angry with them than I should be with Vitalant, because the city booted them, says, we want the space. Go forth, find something else. Oh, here's here's $500,000 to help with the move. And here's a $3 million grant to help you pay for it. So that's how we ended up with this. That's distressing. It's also distressing that Vitalant says in their paperwork, these are people who are committed to making a change in their life. The newspaper article says, no, actually, these are people who chose to go there as an alternative to incarceration. It's either treatment or jail. And that speaks to a little better to the kind of clients that are going to be in here. I sent a long letter, detailed objections, detailed questions, many of which have not been answered. But this does not fit. It doesn't fit the neighborhood. Everything else on that street is a 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. operation. My biggest objection, this is a 24-hour a day, 7-day-a-week operation. 24 hours, 7 days a week, lights, noise, delivery trucks, visitors, people coming and going. I just hope that someone can appreciate sitting out on my patio and looking at the peace and quiet and the darkness and the silence and the coyotes and understand what this is going to do to our neighborhood. It's going to be devastating. Thank you.
Is this already on?
Yes, it's on. If it's green, it's on.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Wayne Baker, and I strongly oppose the issuance of this special use permit. My opposition rests in two major areas. Primarily, there are many others, but number one is security, safety of the people in my neighborhood. You've already just listened to one person who's just scared to death, okay, living directly across as I do. And the other concern is the peaceful enjoyment of property, which is part of your guidelines, I believe. And under safety, I'm concerned about the clientele, I'm concerned about the security of the facility, and I'm concerned about the proximity of ordinary citizens. Some of the clients may have exhibited unlawful behavior and therefore may be facing jail time. Some of them may have mental issues as well. These individuals have evidently made some bad decisions and may not always follow rules. I believe these types of individuals could at some point be dangerous. I have questions about the security of the facility being proposed. Are the clients prevented from leaving the facility? Their own website indicates that they are free to move. If you look at their website, they make a big deal about the freedom. So come to our place, you'll be free. How are two staff members going to control 36 patients in the middle of the night? Are they going to have 24-hour security guards to take care of this? The facility is only 330 feet away from many of our homes. Employees of the neighboring facilities are parking in the street so that their parking lots are available to customers, okay? So now we're coming up on winter. The employees have to walk from their buildings out in the dark to their cars next to this facility. That's scary at very best, okay? Often in the dark they're having to do this. Finally, I think it would be very difficult to peacefully enjoy our homes due to the constant nervous tension, worry, and anxiety caused by the proximity of this facility. I have no problem with their mission. That's fine. But it's the proximity to our neighborhood. As the previous speaker just said, it just doesn't fit. There are other issues that need to be raised: property values, crime, drug use, whether the definition of congregate care housing is meant for a hospice or a senior care facility as opposed to some sort of semi-incarceration facility where people with drug addiction and mental issues. Thank you for listening. Wish I had more time.
My name's Ed Benoit.
Okay. Push the button, please.
How's that? Got it now?
My name's Ed Benoit. I'm one of the owners of 1525 Vista Lane, which is an adjacent property that has in it 3 tenants. And our tenants are Battleborn with spinal work. We've got an optometrist, and we have a dermatologist that bring families in and out daily. I'm opposed to this. I did have conversations with Vitality. One of the things I want to clear up very quickly, though, is, you know, we talked about notification of owners and business owners in the park. We were not notified by the declarant. The declarant is the hospital. They have full control, and they have no obligation to notify us. They did not. They didn't notify us. They left it up to Vitality to notify us, and Vitality said that they notified the business owners, where in fact, we never received anything in the mail to our ownership group. What we received was from our property manager that got dropped off to tenants was a Vitality letter that actually said, "Greetings, residents of Vista Lane," that had no address to the ownership. Now, that's one thing. And it also said in there, if you have something that you want to object to, do it by 10/15, so October 15th, correct? And on October 11th, they received a letter of approval from their attorney at the hospital, and before they even got to the 10/15 deadline, mind you, and they said they had no opposition from business owners. Well, there was opposition, and it was dated October 11th from the periodontists right next door, and that was not acknowledged, and it would have been acknowledged if they'd have waited until their actual stated deadline. All right. Now, my discussion with Vitality, they may be great operators, but my wake up at 3 in the morning, the scenario that went through my mind is the guy's standing before the judge, and the judge says, either go to jail or you go to rehab. Okay, I think they're going to pick the rehab. And when they pick the rehab, this isn't a lockdown facility, and they can be there for 1 day, 1 night, and they can walk out. There's nothing going to stop them. There's going to be a bell go off. You're going to have an alarm. Oh my gosh, somebody left. Now you're going to call the cops. How soon do they get there? I mean, that's a security issue, and it bothers me. And it bothers me, the whole operation bothers me. It doesn't do anything to enhance the value of the whole community and creates other issues that everyone here is concerned with, as I am as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jim Davis.
Push the green button. Thank you.
That it? My name is Jim Davis. I've been a Carson City resident for 52 years. I've lived in this Silver Oak subdivision for 5 years. And last year at about this time, closer to Christmas, my niece was getting out of rehab for the 3rd time, and she met her love of her life in rehab, and they got out together, went to Las Vegas, and similar situation, similar buildings, and they got together for Christmas as his grandfather's, his grandmother, her boyfriend's grandmother's house. They started doing drugs after the rehab, got in an argument, and he stabbed her. Then he went to stab his grandmother, who locked herself in a room and called 911. He couldn't get in, so he came back out. My niece was trying to get out the door. He had lost his knife, so he picked up a hammer, slammed her in the head to kill her. And these are the type of people that are going to be in this facility. And the thing I worry about is the people that walk the streets. These facilities should not be in a neighborhood where there's kids playing golf, kids riding their bikes. And if you think a 6-foot fence is going to keep a crackhead in, it's not. And I'm just, again, I didn't get notified about this whole thing, and I'm highly irritated. And I'm just hoping that this board can see their way clear to reject this project because it does not fit the situation. You're dealing with unstable people, and you don't know what they're going to do from one second to the next. You cannot control them. They control you. And the project should not go into any neighborhood. You want a place to put it out by the Indian Springs prison. The infrastructure's in there, the ground is cheap, and you got just like the same situation in Lovelock. They built that prison 10 miles out of town so people can't walk out. And you got Indian Springs, you got Lovelock, and you got Ely. The ground is cheap, the infrastructure's in, and you're not putting that facility in a neighborhood. And I would just like you to keep in mind the safety of the children and the people in our community. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Richard Cribben, Cribben. I live on Silver Oak in Siena. Like many of these people, they have very articulate comments, and I'm not going to burden you with a lot of extra stuff. I strongly oppose the location for a lot of the same reasons you just heard. It does not belong in this setting. Walking distance across, I don't believe there's any kind of fence in that lot, and I just walked down that street today, and that's unacceptable. It's a daytime medical use area, and this is different. I have my background is I'm a retired police officer and supervisor from Illinois, and I've dealt with a lot of these kind of issues, and very seldom do they ever work out well. And one of the questions that I would have of this Vitality and their clients, is this mainly a court-ordered operation, or are these people volunteer? Because, yeah, like somebody said, you either go to rehab or you go to jail. Very true. And as far as the statistics, I appreciate the sheriff coming out, talking about the statistics of these other facilities. It's very true, but there's one thing to keep in mind. A lot of these people who are homeless, drug, behavioral problems, and they're on the sidewalk, and et cetera, et cetera. Those things generally don't get reported to the police. People just, it's just part of life. I'll step over them and keep moving. The other thing is my experience around that area, I was coming from a location on Carson Street, and I actually walked up on a death investigation. And it was apparently a homeless. The officer, I didn't want to hit him for information, and I didn't ask him what it was about, but he kind of nodded when I saw it was somebody homeless or whatever. So these things happen. Other than the fact that I would like to know if this is really a volunteer thing or a court-ordered thing. They call it, in Illinois, they call it diversion, where you just get diverted from jail to go to a facility. And this facility does not belong in our neighborhood. Thank you.
My name is Michael Paul, and I'm concerned with the lack of staff in the evening. And I've seen firsthand what happens when a bunch of fellas get together and they want to get out. And my mom is 86 years old. She lives right across from the golf course, right across from the new facility. And what would happen if somebody got into the house, anybody's house? It's just too late. You can't deny that. It's too late. Thank you.
Got it.
My name's Leon Etchber. I own the building as well with Ed Benoit to the east of the proposed project. And in general, this building does not fit the area. None of those commercial buildings have fences in the back. They're all open to the golf course. You know, business hours are 8 to 5. It's a very quiet area. I can imagine we have golf balls hit our building constantly, and people are going to be like meditating in this courtyard and getting whacked with golf balls. They're going to be smoking in said courtyard during the day, and you know, our tenants and their patients get to smell cigarette smoke during the day. In general, all of our tenants are not happy with this. They completely oppose it, as do we. So thank you.
Thank you.
It was already on.
Got it.
My name's Heidi McFadden. I am a real estate broker, and I have sold the majority of the homes that I believe are actually adjacent, even though they were saying there was no homes adjacent. I do believe that this would have an effect on property values for these homeowners who have moved specifically to this area, wanting to be near medical facilities, and I don't believe this falls under the same medical facility that they moved here for. Also from personal experience, my office was on Division Street right next to Mallory Crisis Center. And many times we would see people using drugs out on the street before they go into rehab. They want to get their last high before they go into rehab. There were times going out my back door where we would have human feces. I did have to call the sheriff's office to come pick up tinfoil and needles from the back door. So I do believe that this is a safety concern for the residents of Silver Oak too.
My name is Gary Wilcox. I'm an oral and maxillofacial surgeon. Myself and my partners own the building immediately to the west of this proposed project. We also adamantly oppose this project for a lot of reasons, and I won't go back through many of the valid reasons that have already been stated. But the one thing, this was when we purchased this building, which we own, and as the residential owners in the neighborhood purchased their homes, it was with the knowledge that there was a specific zoning. So when we're talking about, you know, some sort of variance and we're calling this a medical facility, this is an apartment complex with counseling. This is not a medical facility in my mind. In regard to our property value and the effects there, many of our treatment rooms, probably 4 of them, would look directly into the rooms of this facility on the west side. Our offices and 2 of the treatment rooms would look directly into the courtyard. So if I would invite you to come out and take a look at the proposed project and the elevation of our building in comparison to this courtyard that they want to propose, 6 or 8 foot fence, we'd be looking straight down into it. And that would be what our patients would be looking at as well. So from a standpoint of our investment, our business economics, this is a significant impact. And we are, you know, in regard to the community, we see probably close to 100 patients a day come through our door between the 3 of us and our hygienists. I work at the Carson City Hospital. We give to the community. That is our lifeblood. This affects the residents. It affects our workers. We have significant concerns about, we have 22 girls that come in and out of our building early in the morning, late at night. This is not a lockdown facility as they stated, which, so people can walk out the gates in the back and walk out through the front, apparently. Again, these are not people who, if it were my daughter working there or my wife, that I would be comfortable having them come in and out of that building, knowing the type of residents that are there and the potential for issues. So, and then we're talking about Vitality and their track record, and that's great, and their mission is noble for sure. What happens when Vitality leaves? What happens when another corporation buys them out? What happens when there's different management? And how do we manage those security things, which has not been addressed? 3 people for 36 people in a non-lockdown facility next to offices that are loaded with narcotics and medications that we use for anesthetics. That's silliness to me. A fence in the back for a courtyard, there's not a building on that street that has a fence in the back. And so from the neighbors, from the residential side, from the commercial side, it doesn't fit. When you look at the elevations of the building, total non-fit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brad Gundell. I happen to live directly across the golf course from this facility. You guys again talk about fences and the houses that we all live in and why we bought this. The medical buildings were nice. They shut down every day at 5 o'clock. The weekends they're not there. We don't have, the lights are off. They might have some dim lights on, but there's not much on. When they opened the Rock Center, I had one of the nice low beaming lights that I have to lower my shade down now because it goes right into my living room. And that's across the street from on the other side of this facility. The financial impact to the people that are going to have properties there for all of us, I've been a real estate broker for most of my life, it's going to depreciate every house that's looking at that. If you stand on the other side and if you go out and take a look at the property and look at our properties, most of us don't even close our drapes all summer long. The houses are open. We're looking at the golf course. There's no one there looking in at us. Now we're going to have people over there looking at our houses. You're not going to, we're like a fishbowl. All of us have big windows. We all look at the golf course. You take a look at so they may get a great buy on this piece of property, and all of us are going to take a huge hit and the value if we want to sell our house. And you're going to have to legally disclose that this is across the street. It's going to have to happen. So it's a terrible thing for all these people, 16, 18 houses. Most all of us are one or two people and living in these houses. So you'd have just as many people in one little facility as we have in our whole street. And you know they're going to start walking around the block, which we're on the other side of it. There's going to be, they talk about it not happening, but they will. My sister's been to facilities. I've been to both of them with her when she was there. Luckily, she's straight now, about 6 years later, but she's 72 years old. And they sit in the backyard, they smoke. Most of them tend to smoke when they're all done. It's just not an environment that fits at all in the Silver Oak area. And none of us, I don't think any one of you would like to have it directly across the golf course from you. You can't go outside and just have the peace and quiet and serenity that you're looking for. Anyway, that's all I got.
Thank you. John, hit it again, please.
Push the button.
Yeah, you got it. Thank you.
Okay. I'm John Ford. I'm an alcoholic. I've been an alcoholic for 25 years. I've not had a drink in that long period of time, mainly because of my wife and my belonging to Alcoholics Anonymous. I've heard these stories hundreds of times in meetings about alcoholics and drug addicts. And if you're an alcoholic, then most of the people also have to deal with a drug addiction as well in their course of life. And a lot of them have been to these facilities to try to get a clean life. And like all of the people in AA, the observation that we see over the years is only about 10 to 15% of the people are able to stay sober, stay clean for the rest of their lives. It's not a successful program. And it was mentioned that this is going to be a closed campus. And the people I know that have been through these alcohol programs have to walk. The programs that's the other thing that gets me on this, is we've got a proposal of a facility to rehabilitate addiction, people with that are addicts. And it's right in the middle of a pretty nice neighborhood and a medical facility that's been testified over and over again here. And the facilities that I visited as an alcoholic, meeting friends that were in these facilities, they were way in the hell out of town, which was mentioned. These things, like in Lovelock, is 10 miles away. And that's the way it should be. You know, these guys having not being able to get out and walk and exercise and try to fold into society in some ways, aren't going to be able to do it here. And consequently, when you get the urge to have a drink or have a fix, you can't get out unless you figure out how to get through the side doors or out the front door and get your fix. There's plenty of old people in our neighborhood, and a lot of old people have aches and pains and are are suffering from chronic pain that have medications that take care of that. And these are ideal situations for some clever addict to get a fix.
Okay, John,
And,
you've had your 3 minutes.
okay.
Unfortunately, I can't let
Okay,
you.
anyway, thank you all for listening.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Samantha Schneider. I'm a dermatologist. I'm one of the tenants in 1525 Vista Lane. I also oppose this for. I am east, yes. No problem. I also oppose this for many of the reasons that the residents have expressed, and also the reasons that Dr. Wilcox and the periodontist office have expressed. I'm a private practice. I own the business myself. I'm a single physician office. I employ, members of our community, concerned about their safety coming to work, especially as we head into winter with it being dark in the morning, being dark when we go home. As Dr. Wilcox alluded to, like, we have medical equipment, we have medications, we have prescription medications, narcotic medications. My windows, as he had mentioned about his office, I'm on the west side of that building. So 3 of my exam rooms are going to look directly into the proposed, I'm not sure exactly where of that building, whether it's the courtyard or their housing dwelling area, but we'll look into that space. So I'm kind of concerned about that, patient privacy for both sides. And I just don't think it fits with what we consider, at least in our neighborhood amongst the medical providers, what we consider medical space. As it was mentioned, our offices are open, business hours. Our clinics are going to be empty on the weekends. They're going to be empty at night. Again, just concerned for a lot of the same reasons that everybody else has already mentioned, and wanted to give another physician member of the community's input. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi, my name is Diane Dye Hansen. I own my home at 2031 Hamilton Avenue, which is in the Long Street area of the former facility for Vitality Center. And I want to give some perspective to what it's like being in the neighborhood of a Vitality Center. There are homes across from the current Vitality Center. There's also a senior center. There is a school in my neighborhood, Mark Twain Elementary School. I have seen no impact whatsoever from Vitality Center being in my neighborhood. They are quiet. They don't go on long, meandering walks through the neighborhoods and disrupting. It's very regimented. There are homes straight across Long Street and down into the crevice that exists there. I suggest that anyone who's interested, talk to those homeowners, get some perspective, and see what it's really like being a neighbor of Vitality. There is, like I said, Mark Twain Elementary School. Carson High School is down Salomon. So we are near also medical facilities. Walgreens is there as well. So this is not an anomaly. You want to look at the history of rehabilitation centers. You want to think about places that are there to heal. Think about Passages Malibu. Do you think people in Malibu, California are really upset about Passages? There are many, many examples in Nevada, throughout our nation, of rehabilitation centers for substance use disorder, whether it's voluntary or involuntary, that it is a place of healing, it is a place of hope, and it is a good neighbor. And you can look and even request the history of elopements. That's when someone leaves a facility such as this. Ask them how many people have eloped. Little to none. They don't run. They come to heal. They come for hope. They come for community, and they come for support. And I understand the fear. I understand the fear of unknowing. I understand the fear of non-education. And I know that Vitality invites everyone. It's not possible to understand who wants to talk to us. And sometimes there are short timelines and, not a lot of recognition of how long it takes to make a decision as a neighbor but this is our platform. And it seems Vitality is open, and they've been a good neighbor to me at 2031 Hamilton Avenue. Thank you.
My name is Carol Baker. I live at 1600 Silver Oak Drive, and I am 330 feet from what will be the back of this facility. I am very fearful of what could possibly be my safety, and I was also responsible for going to all of my neighbors on the east side of Silver Oak Drive, and I was able to get 63 people to sign a petition that basically took issue with something you had said that would have to happen in your findings of fact for this to be approved, or for it to be okay to be approved. And the petition said if the special use is approved, it will have a detrimental effect on our peaceful enjoyment of our area, integrity of our neighborhood, and safety of the residents. 63 people agreed with that statement. They feel that it will get in the way of our peaceful enjoyment of our area, and it is not, like the one gentleman said, a fit for the integrity of our neighborhood. I think it will impact our property value. I think that when Sheriff Furlow was talking, he gave the facilities where he felt the crime was not very high. And in fact, the first two that he spoke of have no residents directly within 330 feet of where the facility will be planned. Those were just in commercial areas. They had no close fit to residential areas such as we do. If you haven't driven by this proposed location, I think you don't have a feeling for why we're so fearful. You have to see that we have this beautiful golf course with 300 to 500 feet from where the proposed facility is, and that we will be concerned that with only 2 people taking care, especially at night, for these 36 beds, I can't imagine they're going to be great big football players. I think they'll be young people who are not going to be able to handle somebody who decides to go through that gate. One thing I'd like you to consider, think of your mom, your sister, or your niece, possibly. Imagine her living alone across from this facility. How do you feel she will be peacefully enjoying her home? How safe do you think she's going to feel? I think the thought of how your mom would feel living this close to that facility should impact your decision also. Vitality puts this headline in their very first website, and it says, and I quote, "Vitality integrated programs is a practice without walls. To be without walls is to be limitless. It's a feeling of being able to do anything and go anywhere. In a word, it's freedom. If they can go anywhere and do anything, I do not feel safe. I will effectively be the one who feels that they are in jail."
Thank you.
Okay. Hello, my name is Marshall Gledhill. I am a certified alcohol and drug counselor and the substance use disorder services coordinator at the Reno Vitality Clinic. For the past 4 years, I have had the privilege of working with Vitality, beginning as a peer support specialist at the Carson Residential Program, and then moving into a certified alcohol and drug counselor role at the Carson Vitality Outpatient Clinic. While I may work in the Reno office, I live here in Carson, and the Carson Vitality will always be my home. Now, I'm not one to blend personal and professional, but in this case, I think it's appropriate. I struggled with my own substance use disorder for over 10 years. Now, thanks to the support I found through treatment, I'm over 6 years sober, going on 7 next month. I am a college graduate. I am a current graduate student studying social work, and I hold a state board issued license to practice addiction medicine. I stand here as living proof of what can happen when individuals are given the resources and compassionate support they need, along with a community who strives to enhance the lives of its members. A community that gives a second chance to the ones who are struggling with substance use to finally stand up and say, "I'm sober." As someone who was born in Northern Nevada, I grew up here and I received the help I needed to rebuild my life. I can personally tell you how crucial this work is, not just for those who struggle with substance use disorders, but for our entire community. I've seen how comprehensive, compassionate treatment can transform individuals, families, and contribute to the community. This new residential treatment center has the potential to be a lifeline for people right here in Carson and the surrounding communities for who are facing one of the most challenging experiences a person can experience. But what does that say about us as a community if we deny our neighbors the chance to get better? If someone in Carson City has diabetes, heart disease, or any other chronic progressive illness, we would never tell them they should go without treatment that they need. We would encourage them to find the help and resources that they need to get better. Substance use disorders are no different. They are not a moral failure. Substance use disorders are a chronic and progressive medical condition, one that changes the way the brain and the body functions and requires sustained treatment. I understand that many of you have concerns about opening a residential treatment center close to an upscale neighborhood, but let me reassure you, ever since I started working for Vitality, I can attest that it holds rigorous standards and protocols to ensure safety, respect, and privacy for everyone involved. We, the staff, consisting of trained, compassionate professionals who are deeply committed to our clients and the community, are here to be a part of the solution and not a burden.
My name's Michelle Dudley, and I manage the practice at Carson Periodontics and Oral Surgery. We have a staff of 22 women who work with our doctors, and we're in and out of that building between 6 a.m. and 5:30 p.m. every day, Monday through Friday. We are not there in the evenings, and we're not there on the weekends. Our building stands alone. I would be concerned for the safety of all of us at that facility. I think it's interesting. I appreciate what the gentleman before me said, but I don't think any of us are here saying we don't want a facility. I do think we just need to be selective about where we put that facility. I think I have lived in Carson City 30 years, and I've watched neighborhoods rise and fall depending on what we put in them, and I think we just have to make cautious choices about where things belong. I think it's interesting to put a drug rehabilitation facility in a most vulnerable population of elderly, mostly elderly people. And I just spent the week trying to have a motorhome that had been parked on our street for over a week because it's kind of a remote area. People don't drive those streets. It's very, very quiet at night. It's a great place to not have your motorhome towed while you want to take a breather somewhere else. It's fascinating to me that this would even be considered as a location for a drug rehabilitation facility. We have had patients that are concerned, and I would be concerned I don't own the practice, but I think it would impact the financial viability of that neighborhood. I do think people would be more cautious about coming to that neighborhood. I grew up in a community where we had a rehabilitation facility put in the downtown corridor, and it destroyed the downtown community pretty quickly in a matter of 10 years. And I just would hate to see that happen in Carson in another neighborhood. I think we have enough places where we could consider putting that facility. Thanks for your time.
Hello. Hi, my name is Bailey Griffin. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, and I'm the clinical supervisor of Vitality Carson City Community Behavioral Health Clinic. I have lived in Carson City my whole entire life. I love this community, and I love what it does for each other, and that's my priority, is making sure that we are a community, and to me that means helping those most in need, and that's what Vitality has done. I've worked at Vitality for 3.5 years now. And I wanted to provide a little bit of background about the clients we serve, because I've heard a few speculations about the types of clients. And so I want to clarify that we do have a mix. Some of our clients are recommended by the court to seek treatment, and that is so that they have the ability to be able to be better members of society. And we help them in order to not send them to jails and prisons. However, we do have a large percentage of our clients who are voluntary, who are self-referred. And so our clients, yes, we see clients who were recently incarcerated, and we help them be law-abiding citizens, and we help them be legally compliant with their legal obligations. Yes, we see some homeless people, and we help them seek resources to find shelter and to find a home. We provide all of that in our program. It's an integrated program. And a lot of the clients we see, they're your neighbors. They're people you see on the streets. They're people who might work in the same building as you, who might be silently struggling with addiction. And that's who we help. And we help everyone. And I have seen personally so many success stories and so much transformation. And I know that we can do that for our community. I have another short comment from a coworker who says, Vitality gives the fundamentals and the tools that are needed to remain clean and sober. It doesn't just stop here. Once they complete their program, Vitality strives to give them to move on to a better place so they're not back on the streets. Since working at Vitality, I have not seen one person leave this building and go back to the streets. When they walk through these doors, they have a better opportunity than they're walking into. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Leanne Sarum, and I'm a native resident of Carson City. I'm here all the time. It seems like I didn't even come here for this, but I just can't quite hold myself back from saying something. This is a good, positive service. That's the truth. I agree, but this is just not a good location. In my mind, it's the first I've heard of it, but I'm listening to everything and reading through everything. You know, the people need to heal, but they can also heal in a different location. I empathize with the safety issues that everyone and the neighbors have said. I agree with almost all of their comments. This kind of brings me back to other conflicts that I have spoken about to this board and to the board about, you know, we just shouldn't be putting things that are conflicting into neighborhoods. I don't think you can meet the finding that it does not disrupt the peace. It does not change the flavor of the neighborhood. And the way that the neighbors want to have a solitude with their own residents. I think they have a right to have that. I think I have a problem again. Another thing I constantly talk about is late notice. I've advocated that we need to have actual guidelines in the master plan, in municipal code somewhere, that these types of projects, or all projects that are more largely impacting surrounding neighborhoods and surrounding people, need to be open at the earliest planning. They need to be brought in, and it's all worked together to have residents, neighboring businesses, everyone be on the same page before it comes to things like this, where these people are hearing about it just days before there's approval to be done. I think that's too late, not just for this, but for all. Another thing is, you know, another location can be found. I understand that it's hard, and I understand that they've tried, but I don't think that there is no other location that would be a better fit. It's not too late and too far into this project. What would be too late is if somebody does get hurt, if property gets damaged, if residents and people that haven't done anything actually have a negative impact. That's too late. It's not too late now. We can find another location. I believe that there's something better out there. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marlene Hannafin. I've been a resident of Carson City since 1977. And I recently purchased a new home from Heidi McFadden, who spoke earlier, Silver Oak and the Reserve, because I wanted and I felt it was a safe place for me. Being a widow now, that was extremely important to me. I think this is the wrong place for this facility. I previously worked at a outpatient facility, and I know the kind of people that I know. Some of them want help, some of them just use it. There were a lot of repeat people. were not just substance abuse offenders. There was an arsonist, paranoid schizophrenia, I mean, wife beaters, whatever have you, filled with rage. I would be frightened to have a facility that close to me. I strongly suggest that they find another place. I know it must be difficult, but there has to be some other facilities, as other people have mentioned. And I will have to say, my own mother was worked in as a nurse in a facility many years ago, but there were also on the men's on one side and the women's on the other side, and it was an inpatient. Well, one night, 2 women escaped, tied my mother and the only other attendant up. There were two attendants, both on the men's and the female side, tied my mother and the other lady up and stole my mother's car, and off they went. And luckily the men came over and rescued after there was no phone. But that it can happen. They can escape. So there's just one instance of in the past, but it can happen again. And there's jailbreaks all the time. You hear about them in prison and jails. So I just hope that you will think about this very carefully. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Serena Dillard.
You push the green.
Push it?
Yep.
Oh, got it. My name is Serena. My name is Serena Dillard. I am a behavioral health tech at Vitality. I've been there for the last 5.5 years. And on another note, I am also one of the addicts that they are worried about. But today, because of programs like this, I celebrate 8 years clean. So without programs like this, we don't have the people, don't get the help, they don't get the treatment. I know a lot of people are concerned about safety. I am one of the people that monitor the clients continuously all throughout the day. They are never left alone. They are monitored 24/7. They aren't out wandering around surrounding the cities. You know, these are people that are your mothers, your fathers, your brothers, your sisters. You know, they're people that are there because they're trying to get help. I have been really blessed to see a lot of success rates in our facility. And it's a great thing. Sorry. I know people have a lot of concerns and they're worried about their safety, but we do not allow violent offenders in. We do not take sex offenders. The screening process for people that are brought into our facility is very intense and very thorough. We do not allow anybody in there like that. Like I said, I've been there for five plus years, and I have never had any incidents. And I have worked graveyard shifts where I have been monitoring 25 clients, you know, and they once they go to bed, they are in groups literally from 8 o'clock in the morning until 5 o'clock at night. And then after that, they have dinner, and then they have meetings, you know, and then they go to bed, you know. Their schedules are very regimented, very precise. You know, in this facility, we'll have even more staff than we do currently. And with this proposed yard, they will never be outside without supervision at any times. Not only that, we are not a smoking facility. They don't smoke cigarettes in our facility. That is not something that we allow because we are conscientious of that. We are also at the property where we are right now. We are surrounded completely by senior citizens. We have senior citizens apartments right here. We have the senior center. And never has there been ever been an issue whatsoever. Our clients that come in, they are respectful. Yes, you get every now and then you get one that is a pain in the butt. I'm not going to lie about that. But for the most part, 99% of the people that come in there, they're there because they want to get better. They're there because they want the help and they want to succeed in life. They don't want to be considered with the stigma that everybody has of addicts. And I get that. I understand that. But I'm a success rate. And it's because of programs like this. So I humbly ask you to please consider letting this program continue into this new property so that we can help more people in the community. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any further public comment? Please come forward.
Goodness, Esther.
My name is Esther Quillisi. I'm the CEO of Vitality Unlimited. I have worked for this organization for 40 years. I have, my roots run very deep in the state of Nevada. My family pioneered in the late 1800s. I have a concern. I have a concern for the well-being of all citizens in Nevada. I believe that Vitality Unlimited provides health care, life-saving care, does not pollute the environment in which we operate. Contrary, I believe that we are a solution for the problems that confront Nevada. Nevada isn't on the bottom of these national lists for no reason. We need facilities like Vitality and the programs that we run to help address the problems that citizens in Nevada have. Who do we treat? We treat men and women. We treat daughters. We treat sons. We treat grandmothers and grandfathers. So in this last year, we had 278 clients, of which 103 were female, 175 male. The youngest was 18, the oldest 70, and we've had many clients between the ages of 60 and 70. We delivered 3,527 units of treatment this year. That's quite a bit without incident. We have very stringent admission requirements. When the lady said that we are a practice without walls, that refers to our CCBHC, Certified Community Behavioral Clinic, Health Clinic, because we will go out into the community to the person. They do not have to always come to us. We have a mobile unit that will go out and provide treatment services. We have strict oversight. Serena said, we are very conscious of our neighbors. We can design the building so that it will not infringe on, or seemingly infringe on our neighbor. And I assure you, we are audited, we are licensed, and we are certified for a 3.5 ASAM level of care. I can describe to you what that really means. People probably don't even know what that means. You know what it means? It means that we have classes and counseling that focus on thinking errors, cognitive restructuring, mental health therapy, chemical education, post-acute withdrawal management, and relapse prevention. And I know that I am out of time. So I'm also here to answer questions, that you might have.
Okay, I'm going to wait for you to see if there's any other public comment, and then you can come in as part of the applicant after we're finished.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Do I sign up? You needed to sign in, yes. Okay? Green.
There we go. Thank you. My name is Dr. Benjamin Syndergaard. I'm also one of the periodontists at Carson Periodontics and Oral Surgery. I'm not going to go over everything that has already been said. One thing, though, that I do want you to consider really quickly, and I'll be the fastest one on and off this mic. One thing that I hear over and over and over again is that every time a new client comes into their facility, we're dealing with a new personality. So there's a lot of concern for safety because there's going to be a high turnover of people that are coming in and out of that facility for a 30-day period. And with that comes a lot of variabilities with each person that's coming in and what their desires are to get treatment or not get treatment, or to avoid jail time or not avoid jail time. So I want you to consider that as well as we think about this. Every time they get a new client, we're getting new neighbors. And with that, we get new possibilities of good and bad. So take that into consideration as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Okay, like to have the applicants come back up. You can bring another chair. There's no problem with that. Okay. Right. Heather, do you have anything?
I didn't hear anything that was specific questions for staff. It sounded like it was more operational concerns that I think the applicants can probably address.
Okay. All right. Now, I'd like to go ahead and take some questions from the commissioners and so forth. Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With your permission, I have a question for staff and then some thoughts on how this frames out to me. Heather, how long has the property in question been RC zoned? It roughly, if not exactly.
I will say, I believe over 20 years. I can't get too much more precise, though.
Okay, so there's no recent change to that designation?
No.
Okay, thank you. In terms of framing, just thoughts, first of all, thank you to everyone for your input. And by everyone, I mean everyone, the people supporting this, the people who don't want it in their neighborhood. One of the most convicting things I heard that's informing my thinking is a member of the public said, "You wouldn't want this near you." And my first thought, I will admit, is, yeah, you're right. And then I thought, okay, I wouldn't want that near me necessarily. I like my neighborhood. I think you all like your neighborhood. But if somebody owns that land and they're doing something conforming with it, I can be scared about a million different things. I can be worried about this, that, the other, but it's all a function of trying to police something before it happens. I think a lot of the commentary we heard is, let's get our arms around this before something happens, and that's not really the function of a planning decision here. I think there are probably reasonable discussions to be had about the fencing and security and lighting and stuff like that, but this is not a policing body. And just on a personal note, as I thought about that, you wouldn't want those people around you, and then I thought, okay, I watched my sister get clean of meth, and I've watched people at my church get free of fentanyl. I'm not worried about them being 300 feet away from my house. I'm not worried about them being in my living room. I understand the fear. Like I said, I would feel that fear myself. I do not think that fear should be a driver of saying we don't want this in our community. Thank you.
Commissioner DeChristopher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too want to thank everyone who's here. It doesn't matter what side of the topic you're on. It's not easy for us to stand up and say what we want to say. So I appreciate it. And I did listen and I did read the letters. I echo what Commissioner Brooks has shared in terms of the scope of our role here. But I do have it might be anecdotal in your view, but when I sit and I listen to what the concerns are, and I do agree many of them are thinking in advance, I have experience with this group of people because they are currently in the HHS building on Long Street, as you know, which is right next door to a 2-building senior apartment. And my parents live there, and I am there once, twice, sometimes 3 times a day. I walk with them, and I walk with the residents. Sometimes have to walk by myself, and I'm no spring chicken. It's funny, I too had the concerns when I was looking for where my parents were gonna be. I had the concerns when I first saw the group. I mean, that is just human instinct, right? That's part of what we do to assess our surroundings. How safe do we feel? But my experience, 5 years of experience with this group, it makes it difficult because I don't recognize anything in them that I'm hearing about the future concerns. That is not saying we shouldn't be concerned about security. I think that those are valid questions and they need to be addressed. There could be improvements there. And I also know from having toured the facility recently this week, and thank you, Sarah Adler and the team had made an invitation to commissioners to actually go in, go through the process, understand more about the clientele, actually see the clientele, see the residents. We didn't interrupt counseling, but I was able to observe it. So a lot of my questions had been answered because I had that opportunity. And I think that's the educational piece of it. Aside from my own personal experience, that we actually interact with these people, and it's been good, not just for myself, but for the senior community in those two buildings. I mean, if they were here tonight, I'm confident many of them would share with you that they know these people on a first name basis. They get the evil eye and they get the rundown before there's any interaction because the counselors are tight with it and they want to know who is approaching their residents. They're very cautious of that and mindful, and they taught me a few things that I hadn't thought about as to why they do certain things inside that facility. And I just want to give you a quick example because I know there were some comments made about, you know, this is a great lifestyle for someone who might need to get out of their current situation and take some time off. That is not what you see when you walk in there. This is a business. They are helping people get through addiction. And I know there's comments because, and I hear you, that this is fluff when we talk about helping people. We hear a lot about homelessness. We hear a lot about addiction. It fits into this category of what are we going to do? It's a threat to us. And so I'm going to put this out there as something to think about. My family moved here in '72. If you asked my mom and dad, why did you move your 3 daughters from LA to Carson? They would tell you it's because it's a safe, close-knit community. All 5 of us still live here. It's still a safe, close-knit community. Part of that close-knit community is the collaborative effort that takes place between our court system, this group, other mental health providers, nonprofit, churches. There are so many people in this community of Carson that are involved in trying to help our more vulnerable pull themselves up. We hear that a lot. They're working at pulling themselves up. So the lens that I'm hoping people might be able to look through is if we want a community to continue to be safe, close-knit, something we're happy with because there's a quality of life, then we have to look at the things that we have to do to keep that. And I know that takes work. It's going to take a conversation between entities such as Vitalent or Vitality and communities or neighborhoods. And I will end with this. Like I said, I'm no spring chicken, neither are my parents. When I got rumor that they were going to be in my neighborhood where I currently live, I was asked, you know, look in the mail, a letter's coming. I have people in this room that can attest to that, and they can attest to my answer. My experience, welcome them. I have absolutely no problem with that. I enjoy seeing us take care of our own. So I hope the conversation takes place. Sarah, we do have some questions about security, and I know you, I can see you writing, so I'm going to give you the opportunity to respond to what the public comment was. Thank you.
Okay, but I'm going to turn it over to my commissioners who's been waiting, Commissioner Pizell.
Thank you. Not a lot of people know this, but these types of facilities are heavily monitored by the state, particularly the Department of Public and Behavioral Health. That department also has a complaint system for these types of facilities, so you can actually go in and see how the operations are functioning with regards to state statutes. This particular operator at the facility on Long Street has only had 5 complaints filed since 2018, none of which involved any of the issues that were spoken about here today. Most of them were involving what is frequently happens when you're dealing with this type of population, and were easily remedied. None of them dealt with complaints about security, people wandering around in the neighborhood. I wish I was as eloquent as the previous 2 commissioners, but really the questions I had about this facility were answered by going to the state site and seeing what kind of an operation they had from the actual regulators. Thank you.
Commissioner Borders?
The first thing that came to mind was not in my backyard. We hear that a lot up here. Oh, this is a good thing, but it ought to go somewhere else. And please don't interrupt me.
Okay, sir.
I'm not having a discussion with you.
No, we don't discuss with the public. What we're doing right now is the commissioners have their right as this body to discuss amongst themselves, which you can be an audience. Okay, go ahead.
And when you start to listen to some of the comments that were made, a lot of them do make some sort of sense until you it's too bad we can't have discourse in this country anymore. Makes a lot of sense until you start to analyze it and look at it. We've heard a lot of testimony tonight that this facility and its predecessor, who's been there 10 years, doesn't provide the kind of danger or safety concerns that the people in Silver Oak are concerned about. However, the people in Silver Oak are concerned, and deservedly so. I would be concerned. So the conundrum that we're in is it makes sense. It may be in their backyard, it may not be, but how do we make it all fit together? I have a concern about finding number 5. I don't think this is actually a congregate care unit. And as such, I can be persuaded that that's a more significant finding in fact than item number 2, which is what most of the people that have been here tonight have been talking about. And I'm trying to get that resolved in my mind, and I don't have a good feel for it. So, and again, this comes back to what we've been doing for the last 6 months, trying to figure out where everything goes and what pile it goes in. The other thing is that we are working real hard to try and create a medical center and a campus in that area. And then that comes back to this item 5. How does that fit into that? And that's more of a struggle to me than item number 2 is. But I'm open for some more conversation.
Commissioner Cron?
Well, one of the things I tried to do this evening was to make sure I had the opportunity to go through the public comments and try to address some of the more significant ones in my questioning. I talked very significantly with the architect and the staff related to the building. And I felt that they are making, as an applicant, a very sincere effort and a very good effort to put a, a building and a structure that is complementary to the, excuse me, to the existing campus together. I was very pleased with that effort. But then it goes back to the big question of is this the right use in the right place? So I also tried to, based on the public comments that we received, I also tried to talk about some of the security issues. And I gave the applicant the opportunity to discuss how they operate and how they move things around, the fence, the courtyard, all these type of things. And so I tend to be more in the camp of, I think the applicant has probably shown a reasonable sensitivity to the campus, a reasonable sensitivity to the concerns that a facility like this does need to have related to security and assorted issues with staffing. So I tend to fall more into that camp, that I think maybe from a from kind of a health campus approach, I think it is a good fit for the campus. And we do have an adjacent use, and we do have an adjacent use of residential. But in some respects, it's not in the neighborhood. And again, it depends on how you define neighborhood, I suppose. But I tend to think that it's not an unreasonable fit within the campus concept that they're trying to do. I think they've tried as an applicant to be reasonable in their security requirements. They are licensed by the state. We've had some good testimony from the staff who has worked here that they've stated that they don't have sex offenders there. They don't have violent people there. So that's kind of where I'm landing, is that it's not a bad fit. It is something that I think fits into what we're trying to do from a health campus perspective overall.
Okay, and I'm always known as the wet towel. So what I've got on this one right here is that I do need to say that I do live in Silver Oak. And in Silver Oak, I have quite an investment in Silver Oak. I also know that there are a lot of medical facilities. When they put together that campus, they saw it as, and one of the things we hear on our listening tours is it's one of the jewels in the crown of Carson City. So I look at this and I say, okay, we've got this wonderful medical complex up there with people that have actually, like the periodontist and like the Battleborn and this and that, have actually put a substantial investment in that area to bring in qualified doctors in a really nice medical facility to be compatible. And they are working Monday through Friday, and they have specific hours. This is a 24-hour facility. To me, the 24-hour facility, if you're going to do that right now on that campus, you have back in the area, you have the original part of that, which the Eagle Valley Children's Home, which is up in the corner and separated. Then you have the cancer care overnight stuff that's separated and considered, more family housing. When we looked at approving a special use permit for a large congregate care center, it was on Michael Hull's property, which was not on this campus and actually was more in a commercial type of an area. I have a difficult time because I do not feel congregate care, and even if they were older, whatever, I don't feel that it belongs on Vista Boulevard. I just don't. The other thing that I feel is I think that this is going to be detrimental to the values of the homes. I do. Because the fact is in my other hat, I'm a real estate agent. And as a real estate agent, I don't have to tell somebody that there is something across the way. However, the thing is if somebody expects to be on a golf course with medical facilities on the other side with no fences, And it's a different reflection in the neighborhood. So my feeling is on this, and I look at this too, is there are other lots on on the northern part of this medical campus that are not so adjacent to residential homes. There are other lots up here that are more adjacent to the use of the hospital with the lights and the 24-hour service and this and that. Even if you go on the other side of Medical Parkway to the area where the old Sierra Surgical was, where the Heart Center is, those type of buildings on that side, you're not right there next to residential with a 24-hour. And I do know Vitality does good work. And I know that they do different, and they bring something to the community. And I know that they are working on their ARPA funds and so forth, but I'm going to have to put it out there that I don't think this is the right location. I think the service is great, but I don't think it's the right location because I don't think it's fair to the people that have already invested in that area. So anyway, I think what we need to do is, since we really have no questions, and the question is to you is, would you accept the conditions of use? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back with my commissioners and ask them if they would vote affirmative or negatively as far as for this to go forward. And if they vote negatively, I'm going to ask them to call out the conditions, the findings of fact of why they would consider it negative, okay?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
there's a couple items I just want to mention because you may want to add to the conditions based on what I'm about to say.
Okay.
First of all, Commissioner Borders, you brought up finding 5. And this looks like a dormitory, right? And the thing that best describes it is congregate care. But I'm glad you brought up finding 5 because I want to bring up the fact that this does not meet the setbacks. And I want to be really clear on that with the applicant, with the community, with the commission. And we were aware of the ARPA funds. And we said, let's figure out if the commission finds that the use is okay at this location, whether you can make the findings for the special use permit. But there's still going to need to be a variance based on how this was designed. Finding 5 cannot be met as you've seen it unless they can get that variance. You all rarely see a variance because the bar is very high. So I'm not trying to be negative, I'm being honest about this. And that will be another public hearing. If a majority of you can make the findings in the affirmative, each of the findings of fact, in listening to this, I heard the public say, well, we're concerned about cigarette smoke in our building next door. And the applicant said, we don't allow people to smoke. There was concern about the type of people who would be staying there. And I heard the applicant say, well, we vet our people and there are certain types of people who aren't allowed to stay here. And you all have repeated that. So it sounds like to the extent there's some support or public comments being addressed, it's specific to Vitality. And so because of that, I'm going to suggest if a majority of you find that in the affirmative, you make the special use permit not transferable.
Thank you.
Second, one more. I went to the site. I saw the houses on the other side of the fairway, and they're beautiful. They have big windows. They have outdoor spaces with rooftops and patios. And so there was talk at the beginning about the fence, and Commissioner Cron, I think you asked, would you be willing to have a taller fence? They said, sure, we'd consider it. I actually think that's kind of important. And so I would suggest that the fence along the what do we call that, the outdoor area, have a minimum height of 7 or 8 feet so that the folks who are enjoying their backyard can continue to do that without a group looking across from them. And that's it. Oh, I thought they had already done that, so absolutely.
Well, right now it shows as like being like a cedar type of a fence. And a cedar type of a fence, unless it's maintained, can be actually detrimental to somebody that's looking across at it. So, I mean, if we're gonna go ahead and go that way on it, I'd say more of a opaque fence, but possibly something like a stucco or something like this. Okay. You wanna
I
be-
don't think we have to decide what the fence looks
No,
like yet.
but
yeah.
not a
No, I
wooden
hear you.
cedar, I mean, because we've
You
already
can
seen what's
certainly
going on.
say a opaque fence with a height of a minimum, you all decide 7 or 8 feet, and wood is not an acceptable material.
And then I'm going to have another thing that I'm going to ask about this, and I don't know if it's a planning commission, and I can probably get in trouble for it, but if I do, I do, is the vitality, it's, if it is non-transferable, okay? The vitality coming in here is coming in as a 5013C. So this will not be on the tax rolls, correct? Okay, that's something I wanted to make a point. Because the fact is that the people next door are paying taxes, the people across the way are paying taxes. And this is another property that is being taken off of our tax rolls.
Excuse me, Madam Chairman, I don't believe that's correct. We pay property taxes for Vitality Center. So we are a 501c3, which means we're exempt from sales tax and income tax.
But you
However, I do-
verify that.
Right. And we accepted when the hospital said that this would not be transferable to any other company. We accepted that going into this, and I agree. I know that we can guarantee you good service and good management. I don't know about the next company, and this is a legacy project for us. This is not something that we're trying to do and then sell out. We wouldn't do that. We have been in the business for 53 years, and this is the business we want to stay in. So I agree that I don't have any problem with it not being transferable. I think that's a great idea. But I do think that, we pay property taxes, we pay other taxes. So I think that, we'll double check for you, but I'm pretty sure. But thank you for bringing it up.
No, because I think that's one thing is I would like to have this not be exempt, if any possible way. Because the fact is as it is right now, is that a lot of the different facilities that we have that are 501c3s are not paying taxes and are exempt. And that's one of the things that is actually kind of detrimental on this community. And so my concern is if you run it as I understand that you're doing it for the community. I understand that you also have to run it like a business. But anybody else that would do it, if we're doing a convalescent care, it's not going to be tax exempt.
Well, we wouldn't have been in business for 53 years if we didn't run like a business. I agree
Exactly.
with you. Exactly. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, Commissioner Pizell.
Thank you. Hope for your suggested additional conditions, would the wording be that if approved, the special use permit approval runs with the current applicant and terminates if the applicant no longer operates the facility?
I think the more clear language is the special use permit is not transferable.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and Commissioner DeChristopher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Back to your comment about the property taxes, that was something that I had thought about because it came up in the master plan discussions. A counter to that was if it were a private entity coming in here, it was a business, the thing that would change is that they would be soliciting probably outside of our community, and it would be what we also heard the community didn't want. So, which is to have us taking care of people with mental health issues, addiction, shelter challenges that aren't our own. And so for me, I'm just saying, I considered that, And I think that's a trade-off, a decent trade-off in my mind. And we haven't yet heard back from Esther on whether or not that is correct. So it may be a non-issue anyhow, but I think it's a decent trade-off, knowing that we're taking care of our own.
See, and then I'm on the other side saying that I've got so many people that I'm on other different groups and so forth that are saying, why are we being the one that takes care of the quad? And out of all the other different counties. So this is something that comes up too, you know, and like I said, I'm used to being the wet towel, so I'm used to this, you know, but this is what people are concerned about in this community. We've been running into it. And essentially what you're saying is the city is having you vacate a space so they can go ahead and make more room to make services for the quad. So this is something that we're hearing too, so. Commissioner Borders.
Hope, as far as the variance concerned, if this special use permit is adopted, we're going to do this all over again for a 15-foot variance?
One of two things will happen. To be honest with you, I didn't realize the golf course was zoned residential. We had the same thing when those townhouses got built up at Silver Oak and the park was zoned residential, and the park got rezoned, which it was the right answer. I think the golf course should be rezoned absent any of this. The golf course should not be zoned for residential. The golf course is a golf course. It's open space as part of the planned unit development. It collects a lot of stormwater. It has a function, and it's actually required to be open space as part of the planned unit development. So the golf course could be rezoned, or they need to try to make the findings for the variance, and that's going to be hard. I'm just being honest. It's vacant land, and they designed a building that does not comply with the setbacks.
Okay.
Okay.
And I was the bad vote on the other one also, on the playground. Yeah, when they asked for the variance, I said no. So we rezoned it. So put it on the list.
No, actually, when Heather came to me and told me the Silver Oak Golf Course was zoned for residential, I already said, when do I do the master plan update? Because we have to clean it up.
There's a current, well, there was a court case down in Las Vegas, Badlands, yeah.
Okay. Right. Now, the question is, would you accept the, I'm trying to think what the word is, the conditions of approval where it is not transferable with a 7 or 8 foot opaque fence, and would you consider this tax exempt? So you throw it out there and you decide what you would want to do on this one.
Yes, so again, Sarah Adler for the record, and Esther Quilisi, you are welcome to override me, but we have discussed these things. We fully accept the not transferable special use permit for this, what we hope will be a permitted use. We fully accept a 7 or 8 foot fence, wall, impermeable barrier. Any of that language would be acceptable. Further, I want to indicate that we certainly heard the east and west neighbors' concerns about sightlines and their exam rooms. And I 100% commit to you and our neighbors that as this project goes forward in design, that will totally be taken into consideration. One option is vegetation, and vegetation can also screen a wall, so we can be attractive in all ways. And another option is height of windows. So we 100% commit to those discussions. So yes to the 7 or 8 foot fence, and then Yes to the desire for this not to be tax exempt. I'm aware that according to Nevada revised statutes, senior housing, which is owned by a 501c3 and is classified as senior housing, such as our neighbor at Autumn Park, that is tax exempt. But if you're paying taxes on Vitality Center in Elko, which is their residential treatment center in Elko, then I expect that NRS will dictate, unless Carson City has a different standard, NRS will dictate paying taxes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I guess I'm trying to figure out if this whole, I mean, I understand your perspective about taking this particular parcel off the tax rolls. But
I am looking at the neighbors next door that have also an investment in here.
no, I understand that, but I'm going, is a special use permit condition the place to put it?
That's why I'm asking, I'm deferring to our DA.
GA, okay, all right, thank you.
Actually, if the applicant wants to volunteer the condition on the record, and it's not a requirement, since we don't know if it's a requirement, do you know if it's a requirement for a nonprofit to pay property taxes?
Do you want to improve the condition you will not request tax exemption?
I haven't looked into
even if
that
it is allowed to
question
pay
before. I wasn't asked before this meeting, but I have found an exemption from property taxes in NRS. However, that decision would have to be made by the assessor to know for certain.
What the NRS does say is that when you're considering a discretionary permit like you are doing right now, the applicant may, on the record, without it being required to, so you can't make it a requirement if they volunteer it, can volunteer a condition of approval. They don't have to do that.
So what I would say is that, and again, correct me if I am inaccurate here, is that Vitality Unlimited will not seek tax exemption for this facility. If tax exemption is a provision of Nevada revised statutes for a 501c3 for a facility of this nature, which we don't think it is, then we would allow NRS to rule. But Vitality will not seek tax exemption for this facility.
Okay. Any other things from the commissioners?
Madam Chair, one last thing. We're running into is it 7 or 8 foot? I would just say, let's pick a number, and I would recommend 8.
8. Okay. Okay, and as that is, then you would accept those conditions of approval?
Yes.
Okay. Chuck, you want to take it on?
We always do that to him.
I know it, but I count on him. Mhm. Non-wood. Cannot transferable.
Are you including the volunteered condition that they would not seek a tax exemption from property taxes and would follow NRS? Okay. That's volunteered on the record.
So the tentative language for the possible additional conditions would be that the special use permit is not transferable, that the applicant agrees to install an 8-foot-high opaque courtyard fence, and tax exemption shall not be sought by the applicant as volunteered in the public meeting on the record.
Okay, and then what I'd like to do before you start that one, should we just go ahead and do a, what do you call it? Yeah. Okay, what I'd like to do is start with Commissioner Pizell. Right? The question is with these changes to the conditions of approval, are you able to go ahead and approve this permit?
Speak in terms of the findings of fact.
Yes.
I believe that I can,
Make the motion and they vote against it, then they have to declare. I think we make the motion and everybody agrees. We don't have to.
Well, I just want to make sure that we have nothing out there anymore that's a concern. Just to get this on the record on this. So do you feel that it's met all the conditions of approval?
I believe they
Or
can.
findings of fact, I'm sorry.
I believe they can. I think I could support the findings of fact, and I would support the recommending approval based on the conditions of approval as suggested by staff and added to by the commission and the applicant, as agreed to by the applicant.
Okay, Commissioner Brooks?
I support the findings of fact with the staff findings and the additions noted by the commissioners.
Okay, Commissioner DeChristopher?
I can make the finding of facts with the amendments that we have just recorded.
Okay, Commissioner Borders?
Yep.
Okay, Commissioner Cron?
I can find the findings of facts as well with these 3 new additions to the conditions of approval, which would be 12, 13, and 14. With those conditions, I can certainly and approve the findings of fact. And then also the thing I want to just, again, for the record, is that even though it's not a condition, you've promised to work with the adjacent property owners to work with your design to be more friendly to the neighbors. I'm not going to, I don't want that in, I just, so publicly, I want that, I'm asking if that is, if I understood that correctly.
100%.
Okay.
Madam Chairman?
Yes, I could do it as long as we have the amendments. And would you like to go ahead
Yeah.
and put together the,
I move that we approve LU 2024-030 based on the ability to make the required findings and subject to the conditions of approval in the staff report with the additions of item 12, which allows for this special use permit not to be transferable. Item 13 is that there will be an 8-foot opaque non-wood fence constructed around the courtyard area in the rear. And number 14, that the applicant voluntarily indicated that they would, no?
What if it's a masonry wall? The word
I didn't-
fence?
wood?
I said opaque and non-wood.
Okay, so barrier, wall.
Yes.
Yeah, fence.
And
The condition can read fence or wall.
okay. And number 14 is that the applicant voluntarily indicated that they would pay property tax unless NRS requires them to do something different.
okay? Do I have a second?
I think the applicant said they would not pursue a tax exemption and would
That's
follow
exactly what I
NRS.
said.
Thank you.
Okay, second by Commissioner DeChristopher. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Motion passes.
For the benefit of the audience, this item can be appealed. If you have an interest in appealing it, please contact the planning department. It is a 10-day appeal period.
Madam Chair, was that unanimous?
That was unanimous.
Thank you.
Okay, where are we at now? I'm lost. Okay. Excuse me, we need to continue the meeting, so if you could please step outside. Thank you.
6E, I leave it to you. If you want to postpone that, I can go right into staff reports.
Okay, yeah, I would like to go ahead and postpone E because I would also like to get the information that we had, not only the information that you provided to the commission now, I would like, for this particular meeting, I'd like to have the information that we got in our workshop in here. And then we also have 4 more listening tours. So yes, please, let's postpone that. I'm calling the next item,
Matt-
which, oh, do I have, okay, yeah, the next item is staff reports.
Yeah, Madam Chair, we do have some people in the audience that were here for that particular agenda item. I don't know how you want to play that, but they've
Is
spent
that
a
okay,
lot.
Leanne?
But they've spent, they, but they.
Okay.
But they've spent.
I agree with the more information, but it's like, oh.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, I apologize to the public. However, these were several comments from like 4 people. When we did the master plan meeting the other day, we did a good 6+ hours and 7 hours. It was a long day, and there was a lot of new information that was put in there and fine tuning. So it would be nice to have it all combined into one, so
Actually,
we don't keep chewing our cabbage twice. Okay, thank you. Perfect.
You can also make a comment at the end of the meeting for public comment.
Yes. Okay.
so staff reports. First, I'll do the September community development report that Mackenzie put together for you. So it's weird because your meetings are at end of month, but not the end of month. So you're always a month behind. But in terms of the building department in September, the valuations for the month of September were a little over $10 million, bringing valuation in 2024 through September to 210 million and change. We only had 10 housing starts in September, meaning we have 245 housing starts through 2024 as of end of September. When I checked yesterday, we had 8 housing starts in October as of, I think it was yesterday or the day before. So what you can see on this chart, which shows the permit valuations, is we're dropping. And you've seen at your meetings, you're not getting tentative maps, you're not getting big projects. So things are really sort of stalling out a little bit.
Hope
yes.
when the world moves on, can we start to see this with the year by year?
Yes, this is.
Another column for the next year or whatever?
Yeah, we can definitely do that. And in fact, Mackenzie's pulling together, and I can't remember, oh, it's for my builders meeting that I'm having next month. But she's pulling together that residential report she had done for you. And so I can bring that report to your next meeting.
Perfect.
And
What-
I don't think we need to go back in history, but I mean.
Yeah, going forward, no, I
Going
think this
forward, I
is a
think
good report. And I'll tell you what's on your agenda for November. I'll just take a pause here, because it's a pretty light agenda. You have a tattoo parlor that wants to go in at 2050 North Carson, which is sort of near the intersection of Winnie there. There's a Mexican restaurant in there.
Oh, the Winnie Center.
Yeah, okay. And then the snow removal equipment building at the airport, they let their SUP expire. I know. He felt really bad about it. Don't beat up on him.
Is he
So-
bringing donuts and treats?
So they will be back. And so I'll go back. So it's going to be a light agenda, so that will be a good agenda to do the residential report. I'll have Mackenzie update
And that
it.
is Tuesday, right?
I don't remember what date
I
it
think
is.
it's Tuesday, the 18th.
That could be.
Or the 19th?
The
Or
19th.
It's the 19th.
Yeah,
It's
but
the
it's
19th.
Tuesday.
I'll be there now.
Okay. So this is what you can see is kind of our constructions drop down. In terms of planning commission, you lived it. You had 3 applications that you approved: the paint booth, the daycare, and the RV and boat storage. And then you made a recommendation to the board on Title 18 and Title 18 Appendix. I'll take a pause there to tell you Title 18 and Title 18 Appendix did go to the board. There were 2 things that you recommended that I did not agree with, actually 3. One was the CC&R language that Rich Perry had proposed for the accessory dwelling units, and you had suggested it for all accessory buildings as well. What I told the board is they give me a pretty big book and a lot of rules to enforce, interpret, and enforce, and I didn't want the responsibility of interpreting CC&Rs. They agreed that CC&Rs definitely have a place, but it's not in the public agency. So we will still have the statement attesting to the fact that they're consistent with the CC&Rs, but I will not be receiving those CC&Rs. Also, what you had recommended in the table of permitted uses was allowing duplexes where you allow in the single-family zoning district and not just on the corner lot. I questioned that, because I feel like when people buy in a single-family area, they count on everyone else being single-family. On a corner, you have a duplex, that's probably not a big deal, and we haven't had very many. And the board did agree with that and said, yeah, let's keep the duplex on the corner for now. The board also removed the requirement for, what was it, that one of the owners live on the property for the accessory dwelling units. That was in the draft that you had put forward. And they received a lot of comments on that, and they said, no, we think, a dwelling's a dwelling and the owner doesn't have to live there. So those were sort of some of the big changes they made. It will go back to the board at their meeting on, I think it's November 7th or 8th, whatever their meeting is next Thursday.
Do we have an opportunity to discuss that? For example, item number 2, duplexes,
Mhm.
everything single.
Mhm.
I'd like to have a discussion with the board about that.
Yep.
To fully understand what they're thinking, because I'm not sure if they have seen.
There's not, we don't have a lot of property that
You're
gives
gonna
you
get
that
Title
chance.
18 all over again, don't forget. So we're gonna do the master plan, then you're getting Title 18 back.
I did ask for that.
Okay, yeah, you did. Okay, so we also staffed the Historic Resource Commission, so we had 2 applications that went to the commission. One was replacing a mechanical unit in a shed, and the other was the demolition and reconstruction of the single-family
Which we did
residence
tonight.
that you just saw. We do liquor licenses, so we issued 3 liquor licenses in September. 2 new ones, Mulligan's Indoor Golf Center, so we now have 2 indoor golf centers in the city. And L&N Party Rentals, which is looking to locate in that new building at the corner of Dory and Lampa. And then a change of liquor manager at Bully's. In terms of code enforcement, 68 cases were opened in September and 87 cases closed. And business license, 49 business licenses were issued in September, and we like to kind of highlight for you a couple of them.
I know
So we're highlighting on Mallory Way, a pet store tailored to exotic pet owners, and another business that sells disc and disc golf accessories. And we can probably thank Commissioner Cron, who was very involved in the disc golf course for that one. In terms of upcoming meeting dates, the listening tour kicks off again on Saturday at the library, 10 a.m. if anybody wants to come and hang out with me for 2 hours from 10 to noon. And then it's going to be every Saturday except for the last Saturday of the month, because that will conflict with Thanksgiving. That's the weekend after Thanksgiving. So also we have November 7th is the board meeting when they'll have the second reading of Title 18, so that will be the adoption of Title 18. Planning Commission's regular meetings, November 19th. I've told you what's on the agenda for that. Yes?
We need to put in for a vice chair, please.
Yes, Todd sent me the email for that, so we'll get that on the agenda too. December 17th is your next regular meeting, then you're doing a joint meeting with the board on December 19th for the master plan update. Couple other really quick items. The board review is going to, on November 21st, the board will look at the Emerson, that master plan amendment on Emerson and the planned unit development for the RV and boat storage. You did not recommend approval on that, and it has not gotten to the board yet. It will go November 21st.
Oh, for appeal?
No, all master plan amendments go to the board and PUDs. Your recommending body.
The one on Airport
Yeah.
Road, not the one on
On
Emerson.
Mark and Emerson. You remember John Kirkpatrick's
Yeah, well, I thought
project?
we turned it down.
Right, but you didn't have the authority to. You make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors on master plan amendments and planned unit developments.
Okay.
So you recommended denial, basically, and I think
Don't
you.
homeowners get notification on that?
Okay, yeah, they do. It's a public hearing. I think Cecilia's reached out to you all about another workshop. November 12th, I think she's targeting. If you haven't heard from her, you will hear from her. So, and it would be at the hub again. So sorry to keep having these workshops, but we need to kind of get through things. And Todd, I'll let you give them the report on the Anderson Ranch.
Sure. We had a hearing on Anderson Ranch weeks ago, I believe. The court, the order, the written order has yet to be issued. I'm in the middle of preparing that, but the court upheld the city's denial for Anderson Ranch.
Lastly, oh, sorry, are you still talking?
No, I was finished.
Oh, sorry. In terms of what we were going to review today with the master plan, you all received this document. But when you received the memo, it didn't, for some reason, the copy you got did not have anything in bold. Do you want to get that memo with the bold today, or do you want to wait till you get a packet for the workshop? That's what I was thinking. Okay, no problem.
One thing, Madam Chair. Yeah, we heard again tonight, nobody's getting notice. And I don't know how to solve that problem, but there's got to be a better way. As far as,
We only go out 400 feet.
We exceed the state requirement in terms of noticing, and we do a lot of noticing. And regardless, and the board actually had this conversation when they were looking at the Title 18 amendments and introducing the ordinance, because they were questioning whether it was beneficial that we were going out this extra distance and spending the money, because there is money. It's like practically $1 to mail a letter now. I think it's 79 cents or something. And so whether it made sense to continue to exceed the state law, or should we bring it back to be consistent with state law? And they decided just to leave it how it is, which means we're exceeding state law. But in having that conversation, I believe it was Supervisor Giomi said, it really doesn't matter what we do. That next person's always going to say they wanted to get notice. So I don't know what more to do. We had a room full of people who knew.
And
maybe we just have to keep saying somewhere in the presentation that, yes, we noticed people up to this distance, and that's well exceeding the state requirement. And just keep saying things over and over again so people start to hear them.
And
Might
I
be
can
helpful.
vouch in all the jurisdictions I've worked in this state and in Colorado, everybody complains that they got late notice.
Absolutely. I agree with you in my experience, but I mean, maybe we have to be proactive instead of reactive and just keep saying it.
And
Right, we can build that, we can build that into the staff presentation and just as a routine matter, say we notified X number of people on such and such a day, which exceeds what the state law requires.
Yeah, there's no simple answer for that, and every jurisdiction has tried something to work and make it better, and it just, a lot of people, if they see something from a local jurisdiction and it's not a bill, they toss it. We've had instances where, in Colorado in particular, these properties were second, third, fourth homes owned by people, and they never collected the mail. So.
Well, I think one of the things, though, too, is on this one is that people, this is right directly. They look at this and on this situation, the golf course is almost 300 feet wide there, And so when you do that, and as you go down, this is right there. That essentially is what they would see as their neighbor. Their neighbor is the golf course, and then their neighbor is this. So I don't know if there's any way to be subjective on that.
Understood, and keep in mind that first-class mail is not the only way we notice. We notice on the city's website, the state's website, on bulletin boards, and in the newspaper.
Notification like you have to mail and put on your website, or if the city were in the texting business, could they text people?
I don't believe NRS lets you text.
State statute has specific requirements for Las Vegas or Clark County and Washoe County because of the two largest cities. You're required to actually go out and post the property. And it, the sign has to be up within X number of days prior to the meeting and then removed X number of days afterwards. And they do have I think a longer period. But the problem is they also have massive staffs and they have the personnel to go out and do that stuff. And but other than that, I think, the city's already exceeding what they're required to do by the state. Yeah. Yeah. I know.
Okay.
And interestingly enough, the state legislature is exempt from all of those requirements.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, and I'd like to do public comment. Okay, sorry, I was trying.
I just can't stay away. A little bit about that discussion, what you guys were talking about, and I'm
Can you
sorry, I'm gonna
identify
go back.
yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Leanne Sarum, Carson City resident. I just, in my heart, I feel like there is a solution to this. It's not noticing. It's not sending more letters. It's having a complete change of our chemistry of embracing the residents to be early participants and collaborate and work together while we're doing these new projects and while these things, and I get it. Okay, there's laws that we have to go by. There's we all these rules. Oh, you can't overstep. I understand that. But if we had a culture of leaders that said, we want the neighbors to be involved and happy I support what their cause is. I get it. It's a wonderful, it's going to help our community. It's going to help the people. But that doesn't mean that location, or if it wasn't a part of the way we address this, we need a culture change of our leadership that brings the citizens as part of the beginning process. So we don't just come to the end and we feel like we've just been, like the guy that walks out, feels like the doors just slammed on him. You guys, I'm not saying this. I'm just telling you what I hear from my fellow residents. They don't come here. I respect you guys because I come here and I know what you guys go through. I don't want your job. Believe me. I've had a lot of people say you should get, no, I don't. It is a tough decision. I get it, but they don't feel that they're being heard or listened to or advocated for. And I'm giving you guys the honest truth of what I hear. So if we could get a culture change that we are valid as residents that are upset, and you guys have all the laws and the rules, but if we were brought in, I'm not saying it's going to be easy to bring us in. I'm not saying there's not going to be tough decisions, tough fights, but doing the right thing is not always easy. We got to do the right thing. We got to start bringing the residents in. We got to start being a team instead of advocates. Okay, that's my soapbox. Sorry. The other thing is, please, this happens every year. Why are we doing big decision meetings about joint meetings with everything the week of Christmas? You know what? I've had other people say, "Oh, that's a strategy. That's on purpose, or nobody shows up," and that's just putting a boundary between us. Why are we doing this right when everybody is trying and so overwhelmed? It looks and appears like you don't want us here, or you don't want the people involved, and that's not what I'm saying it is, but that's the appearance. So I don't know about that. I just saw the December 9th one and my brain just went, oh my gosh, we're doing this again? I hope we don't do it, and I don't know if you guys can even change that schedule. But anyways, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No problem. Yeah, I do want to say that. Leanne, because we do have, I look at next door, I look at all these things, and the people that are saying things are not the ones that are participating. So we need to have them come back and participate. So anything you can do to be a liaison on that, to say, please, because otherwise it just creates more discourse, and it's really hard. It's really hard. They all can come. We're taking up our Saturdays. Come on, hang out with us.
And we just want what's being said at those things, because we've done them for 6 months, to then get applied.
But you know what? A lot of the people that you're hearing from are not coming to the meetings. So I want to put that out there. Yeah. Okay? You're welcome. Hey, Denny.
Denny French. Ditto on what Leanne said, and it's unfortunate, but perceptions, appearances. My appearance had so many people think that I was homeless that I understood that. I got things while I was walking here, and I'm going, it was very gracious, but I have observed that because I dress a certain way or walk a certain way or carry a certain amount of baggage, those perceptions are real, and our perceptions of you, unfortunately, are based on the limited exposures we have through our busy days. While you're living it, we're only getting to get the outside of it, at least my perception of people's perceptions. Now I'll get to my major thing. And a wet blanket is wonderful on a hot day. So you can be a blessing in some people's life at certain times. So please don't stop coming up with things, even if they're contrary to what you feel might be joyful news. My news about Prison Hill is not joyful. I've been up there, and it's very hard for me to get around right now. As my day wore on, you could tell I was having trouble getting around. I could tell. But the thing is that you need to get up there and see the devastation that's happening. Those multipurpose roads are actually huge. They're more than 10 feet. They're into points where I was measuring 23 feet, and that's without putting in the culverts or the drainage ditches or the dams. All of that is manipulation of a natural place that could have functioned for years with proper planning originally towards putting those houses in below it. You saw you look at the hill and you go, how did that happen? Well, it's erosion, dummy. You know, I had to learn about ephemeral streams. When it rains, it's going to come down somewhere. It's going to come down in the areas that nature allows it to come down. And so the ravines are there. They're natural part of that living hill. And what we've done just in the area above the Coots and the trailhead there, and the area that's going towards Clearview, and then the area that it's going back to phase 2, which you've been out on it, was on different terrain, and it had different concerns and considerations. Please, I'm going to be talking to you about putting more meat into goal 3.3 of the protections in sensitive natural areas, and I want to be very specific and have it ironclad. Don't do it. There's nothing in prosperity. Everything ends. Something changes, everything changes. The thing is that we have to lock in some do not touches, and we're not doing it as planning. We're not doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gosh. Okay, thank you so much, and this meeting is adjourned.